leave, don't go. Past thorn and ash and snow. Maps are burned, but we don't slow. We fight for tales untold. Bound forevermore. Boots hit the ground like war. Shields clash, we beg for more. Hearts like thunder, breath like flame. Call our names, ignite the lore. We're bound forevermore. We're bound forever. No crown, no guide, no peace. Just storm winds off the east. Dragons sleep beneath our feet. We sing through shattered teeth. Bound forevermore. Scars are the map we wore. March till we find the core. Eyes like fire, fists like stone. No way back, no second door. We're bound forevermore. One step, all in. One spot. Ghosts of the Saltmarsh mud. Fog rolls deep on the haunted tide. The salt marsh calls, no place to hide. A shipwreck looms, her sails like bone. The sea won't let her rest alone. Shadows dance round the lantern light. Bones and gold in the dead of night. Raise the flag and sound the bell. Ghosts of the salt marsh rise and swell. Storm and sea won't break our vow. We chase the past, we live for now. Whoa, whoa. A captain lost, his soul unchained. His whispers ride the wind and rain. They say his treasure still remains, buried deep beneath the waves. Shadows dance round the lantern light. Bones and gold in the dead of night. Raise the flag and sound the bell. Ghosts of the salt marsh rise and swell. Storm and sea won't break our vow. We chase the past, we live for now. Whoa, whoa. The tide it takes, the tide it gives, but none return, no soul forgives. Dead men tell no tales, they say, yet in the salt marsh they find a way. Raise the flag and sound the bell. Ghosts of the salt marsh rise and swell. Storm and sea won't break our vow. We chase the past, we live for now. Whoa, whoa.
And we're live.
Indeed, sir.
Well, welcome to Stronghold's D&D. This is our third session that will be running simultaneously in our world. This one's going to be based on the Ghost of Saltmarsh. Loosely. I say loosely because if anybody's seen my previous campaigns, things do change slightly. This is going to be a session 0 running into the game and going a few sort of basics, and then a lot of interesting twists and turns are going to happen, and you get to meet the new cast. There's obviously a new member of this in the group now, just down there. Is that way? And that's Dark. That's DM'd other things, but he'll go through all your various things and any socials anybody wants to do in a minute. So first of all, let's just do an intro round. I don't really do socials, so I'll just wave and say I'll be the DM of the session. However, I'll pass it round and we'll just go round the screen I've got here. So we start in top left, which is Anton.
Anton, well, not just any, just the best DM. You guys are in for an absolute treat with Pete. So we're super excited to be back for our third campaign. We're going to keep our 988 up and going. It's a mental health and suicide awareness, suicide awareness, mental health awareness charity that we're keeping up. Basically, they are text or call anonymous, or government name if you decide so. Folks that can get you a hold of specialized counselors if you're feeling blue or anything like that. So this is just a big push for, like, you don't have to wait for like your worst possible day. If you're feeling kind of down and need some tools in your toolkit, they will help you get your head above water. So we keep them up and running for our charity. That being said, we got a lot of things going on. I believe starting Tuesday, we're doing an alien campaign on the Darling Creep Show. What goes underneath the floorboards with DM Kurt, and several other folks around the community. We're going to still keep playing with Lord Gazumba. Next Sunday, we pick up with Charm and Dragons. Old World Charm is a DM on Sundays. I was fired. And then the following Wednesday, we'll start what mine is. We put the F in Fandolin. So it's Into the Abyss with Charm, Saltmarsh here, and we put the F in Fandolin. But other than that, I'll kick it over to the Gary. Gary, what do you got? What do you got going on, buddy?
I don't have any cool plugs or anything, but I'm Gary.
Oh, you have cool
Uh,
plugs. You
I
just
have no
can't show
cool
them.
plugs.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
All right, we'll drop her down to KR then.
Hey everybody, I am author KR Paul. Tim's got the classic version of my books. I write the Pantheon series. I'm also currently working a super secret special new thing that's gonna it's up with betas right now, which is cool. I have played with Tim and the crew here through 3 seasons now. Tim happened to catch me just as I was finishing up with Walter Reed in one of the worst days of my life, so I absolutely please go support 988 because as y'all know, mental health affects all of us, and Tim happened to catch me just at the right time to be able to play this. I've now survived, and played 3 seasons, so looking forward to it. I'm going to be playing Lily Astor, and I'm excited for this.
Nice.
Sam
And,
slash Rider
Sam.
Man.
Right. Right. I'm Sam. I'll be playing Bove, the fighter. I have no plugs right now. Currently, been kind of busy with life, so couldn't put the Twitch stream and stuff on hold. I'll get back into that here at some point in time, and kind of go back to the VR, and then also just gaming in general, kind of streams. But for right now, I'll just stop doing that and then do a plug later.
And
Dark.
last, James Stacks, Dungeon Mechanics.
All the names. Yes, I am James. I'm the Judgy, and I have been playing in 3 campaigns now. I got on the tail end of the first one. And in this campaign, I am playing Rebecca Varos, a paladin, which is a kind of like homage to my first ever D&D character ever made.
Ooh.
Back when I didn't know how to play D&D. So hopefully be better.
And then we got Skylar in the background. He's always with us. Today he is in spirits, being our behind the screens warlord. Thank you back there, buddy.
Hey everybody, have fun.
Thank you.
Right,
Great
The
job in
ship
the
is yours,
intro.
Captain.
So is there anything else we need to discuss before we head straight into session 0?
This is great.
I did fail to mention that I am playing a halfling bard named
So we'll go through characters.
Albacore, but he goes by Albacore.
We'll go through all the characters in a minute. That's not a problem.
Right.
There'll be a bit more history for anybody that wants to do. So first of all, I'm just going to go for a few basic rules, really. We've been playing together for a very long time, and we all know what our sort of trigger points and all that sort of are. So nothing needs to come up that we're need to be aware of. However, in the session 0, please be honest and thoughtful and talk to your DM, talk to your players. If there's anything that you don't want to cover, anything you don't want to come up, talk about it. If you don't want to do it, obviously we're doing this on camera, which is unusual. It's because we all know each other. We've played with each other before. We know those things. But if there's anything, talk to your DM privately. Make sure they're all sorted out, because it's got to be a safe space for everybody to play. So that's the key element. First of all, make sure that is done when you're in session 0s for people. Also, a little bit different. This is our 3rd campaign. Most of our campaigns for Stronghold have been quite grandiose and epic, very much covering the whole of the realms, lots of disasters which are about to fall Furin, and if the party didn't save it, the whole of Furin were going to suffer. This one's slightly different. So the tone of this campaign is we are in Saltmarsh. I'll go through what Saltmarsh is and a few things later on. But it is a town where most of the adventure is based, and there's a few little excursions needed to spice things up. However, it's not a massively travel-centric campaign, except for, if you watch Tim's face now, there is going to be a boat, there is going to be some sea voyages and stuff, because anyone that knows the Saltmarsh campaign, when I first played it a couple of years ago, Ghosts of Saltmarsh, I thought 2 things. One, there was going to be lots of undead, because ghosts. And 2, Saltmarsh was a seaside town, docks, lots of stuff, and there was going to be lots of sea-based things. There's not hardly any of them in the original campaign, which is quite amusing. So I've modified this slightly. So we'll go through that. So it's very much a little bit more internally focused to the team and what they can do, rather than the big wider community, which is going to be a bit of a change for us. Next one is house rules. There's hardly any. We'd use the normal rules. We're using 2024 rules for this campaign, and we're all getting used to them. Let's just say they are slightly different, and they are going to cause us trouble. Me included. I'm not an expert. I've been playing 2024 for a few months, so do not worry if we get things wrong, and we will. However, on that note, these are all experienced players. I'm expecting them to at least know what their abilities are. And for me, if I ask them to go, what do you mean by that? Let them explain. I might not know all of them. You've only got one character to work on. There will be a couple of little house rules that aren't in 2024 because they removed them, and I actually don't like them being removed, so I'm putting them back in. One, they've taken out flanking in 2024. It does no longer exist. I've put it back in because I think it's actually good for tactical stuff and actually go through things and figure out things. Also, the way they do initiative is a little bit weird. Basically, what's supposed to happen if two people get the same number, the DM is just supposed to decide in 2024. I'll let that person go first, or I'll let that person go first. I think that's a bit not right. So we'll basically be doing it on who's got the highest dex, as what we've always done. And if it's still the same, we'll just do a roll off, and whoever gets the highest goes first. We're leaving it as that. Just means it's just more similar to the way we've done things. They've now put in potions as a bonus action, and you drink it, and you have to roll the dice. And the normal rule we have here is if you drink it as a full action, you get the full hit points from your potion. So there's that little thing. But apart from that, mostly vanilla. So anything that comes up, we will deal with as we go. And especially to the players here, if there's anything that doesn't come across very well, just say, we'll go through it, we'll explain, and we'll sort it out. If there's anything that's a little bit conscient or sort of a bit sort of contentious in the issue, I'll probably rule that this is what it is for now. We'll have a discussion off board, and we'll go through from that way. Just means things are moving forward rather than arguments. I don't think it will happen, but it can do sometimes. So that is as simple as that for the house rules and expectations. Obviously, this is a so is it PG-13 plus with a few things, so just to make sure people aren't doing it. There is no crit rules on spells on things other than hitting. You get a DC if you get a 20 on an ability check, it is 20 plus your stat, and that's your number. You might get some a little bit theoretically type explained nicely, but there's no crit successes or crit failures on skill checks. So, Tim.
What is that? I'm sorry, and I should know this, but what about spell attacks?
That's an attack roll.
Okay, just want to check. All right.
Are we doing the optional crit rules, the ones we usually do, where it's your full dice plus roll?
Oh yeah, sorry. We're still doing our standard damage for our crit rolls. So if you roll a crit, you get max damage plus roll. That's a good shout there. Thanks for that message, because I had completely forgot that as a house rule. I use that all the time now. Yeah. I think that's basically it. That's the ground rules. But if there's anything, obviously, you guys that we touch on anything like that, please just let me know. You're doing it. We talk quite regularly. But if there are anything, and I'll try not to make you cry this campaign, at least not at the start. Okay.
Please no.
That was brutal. I forgot about that. Hey, do you want to know a weird rule we can talk about later, and then we'll just press, because I took a Celsius and I want to talk over everybody. So in our yesterday, in 1E, 2E, if you get something that's like if you get a greater health potion, you can take 2 sips, right? So it goes like regular health, then greater. But if you take 2 drinks, that's 2 regular health potions. Does that make sense?
Yes, but no.
Okay, cool. I thought that I was
Because
like, oh, that's so smart.
it's a good idea. It's a good idea because in first edition, potions are rarer.
Yeah.
So you actually a greater potion was something you don't want to use that much, but
Yeah.
they're actually reasonably common in Forgotten Realms for 5th edition. So
Here's a leave. Oh,
okay, so first of all, let's go through the setting just to give you a bit of a heads up. So I've got a little bit of a brief intro. I'm just going to find the actual thing. So basically, Saltmarsh is a long, proud, independent fishing village on the Sword Coast. I've positioned Saltmarsh near Daggerford, down south, down that way, because it's slightly out of the way of things that are happening with the rest of the campaigns. And Saltmarsh was originally in Greyhawk, and we wanted to put it in for a run, so we've repositioned it slightly. It's weathered wooden buildings, slate roofs. It's bared witness to generations of hardy folk who make their living at the sea. For centuries, the town governed itself through a local council of respected families and elders, maintaining traditions and a healthy distance from the politics of larger settlements. They've kind of kept to themselves. They didn't want to be ruled by people. They didn't want to have outside influences. They've done this. However, during the threat that was known as the Great Calamity, when Storm Kings and all the giants went mental and caused lots of damage, Saltmarsh suffered devastating raids from frost giants. They damaged portions of the town and threatened its very survival. In desperation, the town reluctantly, and I mean very reluctantly, called upon the Lord's Alliance for aid. Lord's Alliance is a collection of all the major towns on the Sword Coasts, and they've formed an alliance just for military and for economic reasons. Now, the giant menace dealt with by the heroes. See previous campaign. The giants have all been dealt with. The Sword Coast is slowly returning to normal. However, Saltmarsh must come to terms with its new reality. The Lord's Alliance is now firmly established as, and I'll say that, part of the town. Yeah. They have guards patrolling the docks. They have new regulations governing trade, and the joyful, everyone loves, taxation has now come to Saltmarsh. The majority of Saltmarsh's residents that have lived here for the generations simply want to be left alone and continue their generation-wide ways of life. They're reluctantly towing the line with the Alliance, but just trying to carry on as normal. Fishing boats still venture out at dawn, nets are still mended at the docks, and the Snapping Line Tavern still serves the freshest catches. However, beneath this veneer of normality, tensions simmer. The town's council has become divided between traditionalists who seek to preserve Saltmarsh's independence and loyalists who support the greater integration with the Alliance. Ordinary townsfolk find themselves caught in the middle, forced to navigate new laws that prohibit smuggling operations that were once supplemented our incomes during lean times. Why we can't take away our smuggling? Just as the things appear to be settling down into an uneasy new normal, a troubling development has emerged. Bodies have begun washing up on the docks and the beach. Only 1 or 2 so far, but the corpses bear disturbing signs. Bound hands and feet suggested foul play rather than simple drownings. And these grim discoveries have unsettled the community and raised concerns amongst the town leadership and the Alliance representatives. Young Anders Solomore, who's a recently elected town council member after his parents died at sea, has taken upon himself to address this troubling matter by posting new notices around, asking for adventurers to come and help him. So this is where this is going to start. So I've got a bit of backgrounds, and it might be a bit of an info dump. I'm giving the players a PDF of all this, so you do not have to write this down. but just to give you an overview of a few things. So, as we've mentioned there, traditionalists are the internal townsfolk. The folk, they've been in Saltmarsh for generations, and they believe that they should just be independent and left on their own. They understand the Lord's Alliance help them, but can they just get lost now? We don't need them anymore. They could have just done it. You know that's not going to happen. Loyalists, they're supporters of the Alliance presence in Saltmarsh. They also see that it will help with the wider security and prosperity, and they want to sort of have more links with other other towns and cities, and this would be a good opportunity. Lord's Alliance, they have basically, in the easiest and the possible terms, they've got a military presence in Saltmarsh to ensure that it's safe and secure. They've established a garrison and they're implementing new regulations, and they've kind of said smuggling's illegal. I don't know why. You've got to pay taxes on it, but smuggling is illegal. So that's the three main factions that are in Saltmarsh. So when we go through this, also the players that are here, some of you are from Saltmarsh, some of you are from outside of Saltmarsh. Just because you're from outside of Saltmarsh doesn't mean you automatically support the Lord's Alliance or the Loyalists or the Traditionalists. You guys can make that decision up yourself. And also the people that have been here, again, you might have been fed up with the traditional way of life and you want the Lord's Alliance to come in, or vice versa. So that is completely up to you. And I probably expect there's obviously 5 of you in the party. I'm not expecting all 5 to initially want to go the same way. I expect there to be some division of some kind within the party on that, which will aid to some of the nice sort of conversations. So key NPCs, again, this is just going to be a bit of an info dump. There's a load of them on here. I won't go through all of them. I'll just go through a couple of short, little, sweet type things. One is Ida Oland. She runs the largest fishing fleet in Saltmarsh. You've got Galen Primewater. He is one of the council members, and his family's been on the board for a very long time. They've done lots of things. A wealthy merchant. You've got Anders, which we've already discussed, is again his family's long-term council members, and he's in his mid-20s, though he's the youngest member on the council, recently elected because of death in his family. You've then got a few other, I'll give you them in a minute, so we'll go through it. Otherwise, there's going to be loads and loads of them. Now, there's a couple that are from people's backstories, which people will know when I mention them. One is Keldak, the Unspoken. He is a Canishite man who operates Winston's Magical Emporium. He basically looks over oddities and looks after weird and wonderful things. His connections to, he always likes to remain a bit far. He likes to make a bit of money, likes to see what's happening, but he knows quite a few members of this party through reasons that they may or may not tell you later on. You've also got Welgar Brinehanded. He is the elderly high priest of the Temple of Procon. The Temple of Procon is a god of the sea. He's recognized by his white hair and beard, kind of Poseidon-esque. He's well respected in the town because every sea fisherman knows you always look after the gods of the sea. You do not have a go at them in any shape or form. However, Procon is an older god now. He is slightly, he's not seen a huge amount of more, and he's seen as the spiritual leader of the community. And to many traditionalists, he's the unofficial councillor. He's not a member of the council because he's a priest and he's unable to be a member, but they see him as that type of thing. So I will pass this information on to you in a second, so you've got it. That is the key. There's a couple more in there, but we'll go through them as we need to. And let's just go through. So this is basically what's happening at the moment. So you've got the Andor's thing happening, but can we just go through one view one by one? Introduce your character. Introduce what you look like. This is the bit where you get to decide how much of your backstory you wish to share with the players at the moment. You've not met. You've seen each other around town, and there's the people that have been here. Tell them if you've from Saltmarsh or you're from outside of Saltmarsh. We'll deal with if you know each other, we can deal with that later on. But that's the key bit at the moment, just to describe who you are, describe your character, what's happening, and where you're from, and any backstory elements you wish to describe, or you can leave it and just say, we'll find out in play. It's completely up to you. And every character is different. So we'll start with Tim.
Salut. Antoine Hussard, a sorcerer from the Lord's Alliance Navy. He is a navigator, and he's taking extended leave from the Lord's Alliance as he's becoming a bit of a traditionalist. He kind of digs the autonomy of the Saltmarsh, and maybe he thinks the Lord's Alliance is a tad overstepping. But his loyalties are to justice and law and things like that. But he's here kind of pooping around and figuring out maybe there's a new life for him, or maybe he wants to rejoin the Navy with his old master, Trevi. But that's me. You would all know this because he talks a lot and drinks a lot of wine and eats a lot of onions.
So how long have you been in Saltmarsh?
Oh, well, he bumped his head. He thinking he was on some sort of last command or last voyage. He's not sure. He washed up on the shores of the Mare of Dead Men. He sucked upon the teats of a lizard person to regain his strength. And then he moved south to Daggerford and fell upon this village. But probably a fortnight, since that sounds cool.
Nice. Okay. And Al.
I am a. I don't have quite as cool of an accent, but I'm gonna make your mustache fall off.
I can't wait. I can't wait like 3 hours in to see if he keeps it up.
War thoughts, bad things. Okay, I'm back.
I'm a halfling bard, but I don't know I'm a bard. His name is Albacore, but he goes by Albasore because he doesn't want to be thought of as a tuna. He doesn't necessarily know he's a bard. He just knows that he likes music, and he just kind of wanders from ship to ship. He doesn't really pay attention to the other people. He just kind of wanders on board and starts fishing, singing songs and that kind of thing, which I will not be doing because I don't sing, but Albacore does. And people just tend to kind of fall in line and let him just fish. They appreciate his music, and he kind of inspires them with his purity and his innocence and naivete.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's him.
Nice.
He's never without his lucky lure. That's that's the one thing that he's held on to. He doesn't really know. He doesn't even know where he's from. He's always just kind of wandered from ship to ship. Doesn't know where his family's at or anything. He's just totally content, wandering around fishing.
I'm zooming in on Albacore. He's over there.
Nice.
Oh
He
shit!
looks like he's 12.
Yeah, he's
And
just a little,
Lily.
little fella.
Okay,
And
so I'm Lily, Lily Astor, and I will probably be like the one real landlubber here because Lily grew up on the farms outside of Saltmarsh. Um, she likes the idea of like fish stew and clams, but what's stew without bread, right? You have to have that agrarian background, and that's her. So she comes from the farms. Lily, unlike her many, many siblings, because on a farm you got to have lots of siblings, lots of labor, right? Um, she was more drawn to the herbs rather than the wheat. And when her parents couldn't really yoke her to the wheat and realized that she had a flair for herbs, they actually linked her up to be an apprentice to the local apothecary. And she did that for a bit, and then she realized the letters from her family were coming slower and slower, and she was afraid that she caused a rift in her family having left them. There was a moment that she went back home to try to reconcile with them and then realized in a moment of absolute heartbreak that she couldn't stay there and that she would no longer be able to stay on the family farm. And so she came to Saltmarsh. The apothecary that she worked for found her another apothecary in Saltmarsh, and she went there to continue her apprenticeship, hoping to make journeyman. And both the apothecary, who ran one of the local shops, and his wife took her in. The wife runs a bakery, and it's right next door to the apothecary. So she learned both how to crush and grind the herbs into all of the potions that help heal people. And she also learned the delicate art of baking, turning that wheat that she had into the bread for stew, and occasionally making friends with all of the patrons. And with her knowledge of herbs, might occasionally sprinkle a little bit of healing herb into the baked goods.
Healing.
There's only so many things I can say on Twitch. But y'all get me.
I can attest
Perfect.
on our own channel that there's pretty much nothing you can't say.
And
I'm trying not to get us banned, Tim.
and Bove.
I love the
This is
defeat.
easy
Bo?
eating.
Perfect timing.
Well, Bo comes from Ironford. He's a big man, 6'7", gut as big as his body, it seems. Huge, massive hands. All the good for blacksmithing. So he grew up in Ironford blacksmithing, and he learned his craft at a young age. He was getting pretty good at it, but he wanted something more. So he decided he wanted to learn what the elves were doing, and then what else anybody could teach him on how to craft his hone his craft. So he left, and he ran into this place called Saltmarsh, which looked pretty promising. So he stood up shop, or at least tried to, took an apprenticeship. Not apprenticeship, but you know what they would hire him for. And he didn't do so well. Lost a lot of money, didn't really understand how to sell against the locals. He didn't, so he went into debt. So he owes a big amount of money to some loan sharks, we'll say. So now he takes up some time in fighting in pits to try and earn that money back as he can. So to pay off this debt, he is building what he can do with his skills at blacksmithing, but also either he's in the pits or he's eating. That's one of the things he likes to do is eat, fight, and build things. Eat being number one. So really happy guy, loves what he likes to do. He's always usually the eating or drinking or like punching stuff for fun. So he's a big tall man, has a shield, and you'll notice something that he made himself is this big glove, about overly sized glove that he loves to wear and put over his right fist, so he can punch things even harder. That's what he loves to do, punch things. So you'll see him if he's not bleeding, he's not happy. So he's ready for that too.
I can make him happy. It's not a problem. We can do that.
All right, let's do it. Let's see what happens. But yeah, that's pretty much him. He's pretty easygoing guy to his friends and the ones that are loyal to him and that he's loyal to. He can kind of go either way when it comes to politics. He doesn't really care about it much, but that's okay. We'll just kind of see what happens with the tide.
Nice. And last but no means least, Rebecca.
So Rebecca is a young woman, mid-20s. She has natural light blue hair, because that's a thing. Tanned mocha skin. She wears sort of like dark leathers with a mixture of attaching armaments. But overall, she grew up in Saltmarsh. She had a father who was just like a local fisherman, a mother who did like net weaving, and a little brother. But some events happened that changed all that. So he has been kind of like doing mercenary work or just like offhand for hire sort of stuff. She also has helped out at Winston's Magical Emporium for Keldek. But overall, she is a troubled individual that has a lot of pent up anger. And she just needs a positive way to exert it.
Thank you very much, Will. So from that, as you can tell, we've got Lily and Rebecca that are they're as local as you can get for Saltmarsh. Their families have been there for a few generations. You've got Bove, which comes from about several hours to the east, and then you have no one knows where Al's from. He's kind of just drifted. And what was your hometown, Anton?
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter. Nice. So you're from way up north. There's probably a good week 10-day hike up the main road, or it's about 4 or 5 days from boat. So
Gary, you're going to really love this guy. If you liked Sir Tim, you're really going to like Antoine.
So, little intro for what's going to happen next. Just describe Saltmarsh is one of these typical seaside towns, salt air mingled with fish, wood smoke, and earthy smell of nearby wetlands. The town clings to a coastline like a barnacle to a ship's hull, a collection of weathered wooden buildings with slate roofs that have withstood generations. You seagulls, there's ships. As looking out to sea, there is a couple of large galleys that are from the Lord's Alliance patrolling the area that were never there before. Fishing boats bob in the harbour, nets drying on the docks as weathered sailors mend their equipment. The occasional merchant vessel sits deeper in the water, loaded with goods bound for Daggerford or Waterdeep to the north, or Baldur's Gate to the south. In recent weeks, a grim discovery has unsettled the community. Bodies have been found afloat in the harbour, hands and feet bound with rope, their faces bloated almost beyond recognition. Their marks on their bodies suggest that they were victims of slavery, a vile practice that no one in Saltmarsh or anywhere along the Sword Coast are in favour of. The wooden docks are protected waters where fishing vessels bob alongside the occasional merchant ship. Harbour Master Lesse Mulhaven, she's got a sharp eye on all traffic. She's got a weathered face, and she's like, constantly when people are pulling out, she's like, papers and fees. That's all I get these days. Fill out these triplicate papers just to take your own boat out. It's flipping madness, I tell you. Madness. Whoever brought this in needs shooting. The snapping line is one of the most reputable taverns in town. Sits on the docks. 2-story wooden building with weathered sign depicting a fishing line snapping under the weight of an enormous catch. The common room is dominated by large stone fireplace with nets, buoys, and preserved fish heads decorating the walls. Hannah is the owner. She has a no-nonsense approach to life. You don't want to be kicked out of the snapping line. It's the best place to go. All she's got to do is look at people and they go, yeah, okay, I'll stop. And her main one is, you're never going to find a better lobster than in this place, outside of the main places like in Waterdeep. That's my guarantee. That's what Hannah says. So, Anton, your naval background has made you both useful and a bit of a suspect in Saltmarsh, to be honest. Elander Fireborn is the Lord's Alliance representative. They have shown you a lot of respect based on your service record, and occasionally consulting you on matters of maritime law and coastal defence. However, the locals at the Empty Net fall silent when you enter, suspecting you might report everything you hear back to your superiors. You've received 2 letters from Captain Travell in recent weeks, both expressing concerns about unusual naval movements along the coast and requesting that you stay observant and see if you can find anything out. Rumours of the Lord's Alliance naval build-up to the north has reached Saltmarsh, and some traditionalists fear that this might mean for the town's autonomy. However, youth see it as quite a positive thing. They're protecting the Sword Coast. Bove, your significant debt to Darwin in the Rusty Hook has become the talk of the docks. The loan sharks collectors have even taken to approaching you at inconvenient times. Once even interrupting your meal at the snapping line, and we all know how much you enjoy your meals. Hannah told them this wasn't the place for the business and told them to leave, but they stayed and watched you as you ate. Derek Tallman continues to let you sleep at the storage room in the Empty Net, but has recently mentioned that certain people have been asking if you might be useful for some heavy lifting of some questionable nature. The prospect of clearing your debt through that is appealing. It's appealing, yeah. Your knowledge of metalworking has drawn the attention of the Dwarven mining community, which has recently established operations north of town. Manistrad Copperlocks, the company director, has inquired about your experience with defensive structures. Apparently, there have been some concerning incidents at the mine site. Rebecca, the increased Sahuagin activity you've noticed along the coast has not gone unnoticed by others. Welgar Brinehand in the Temple of Procon has been offering special prayers for protection against those who hunt from the depths. An old fisherman tells tales of unusual shark behaviour. Always a sign that Sahuagin are around. If anybody didn't know, sharks always show that. That's one of the rules. It's a rule. Keldek has been watching you with increased intensity whenever your paths cross, and you've caught him studying the waters with concern, especially during the early morning hours. The family heirloom that he examined for you has begun to occasionally feel slightly warm against your skin when you're near the water at night. A survivor from a recent fishing boat attack was brought in shore about 3 or 4 days ago, raving about sea devils with strange markings. Markings that match the description of those who attacked your family. The man died of his wounds before providing more details, but his final words were, "They're searching for something." Lily, your herb-infused baked goods have developed quite a following in Saltmarsh. Even Lankis Currid, the wicker goat, has begrudgingly acknowledged that your skill in baking is good. However, he gets a little bit nervous when people start comparing your work to his. He's not a very fan of that, but he does begrudgingly say you're pretty good. However, a stranger passed through town last week asking questions about farms in the region, and specifically about families with multiple children. When Hannah Rist mentioned your name, the stranger departed abruptly, leaving payment but not finishing their meal. Recently, a small package was delivered to the bakery where you work. Inside was a tattered child's doll that you recognize that belongs to your youngest sister. There's no note, no explanation, just a doll, slightly damp. as if it has been underwater. Al, your carefree approach to life and property has caused more than one misunderstanding at the docks. Harbour Master Lessay has taken to pointing out when new fishing captains come on board that one over there, he thinks every boat's his home. Watch your deck or we'll be aboard playing tunes before you can blink. Kaladek has been asking about your lucky lure with unusual persistence. Last time you visited his shop, you noticed a book open on his desk with an illustration that looked remarkably similar to your treasured possession. When he saw you were looking, he closed it abruptly. Strange fish have been appearing in the catches lately, species not normally found in these waters. One had unusual markings that seemed to glow faintly in the dark. Very similar to how your artifact responded in Kaladek's shop when he first had a look at it. Now, there's a couple of people that are native to Saltmarsh. A bit more history for you. Rebecca, as you were born in and raised in Saltmarsh, you know the rhythms as intimately as your own heartbeat. The tragedy that befell your family has made you somewhat of a local legend. The girl who survived the Sea Devils. Welgar Brinhand has always shown you particular kindness. Perhaps sensing the fury that drives you, he occasionally invites you to the temple to share stories of your family, and because they were devout followers of Procon, as a lot of people are in Saltmarsh. But he suspects, he hopes the sea god's influence may temper your spirit slightly. It's not going his way at the moment, but he's trying. Eladandar Fireborn keeps a respectable distance, but watches your training with approval. He once remarked to another guard within your hearing that Varos girl would make a fine alliance officer if she could channel that fire properly. You recall that Anders shared a tragic bond with you. His parents died at sea under, let's say, mysterious circumstances. It was never really followed up for, especially from you being from town. Although you've rarely spoken directly, you've noticed him watching you with something like some recognition in his eyes, the look of someone who understands what's it like to lose. You know what coves, caves along the shoreline are considered unlucky by local fishermen. Your dad kind of drummed it into you when you were younger. You never really paid much attention, but then, unfortunately, he's no longer here, so you try to remember every word that he's told you. Places where boats disappear or where strange sounds emerge at night. Your investigations have led you to believe that there might be Sahugan hunting grounds or nesting sites in areas that you need to keep an eye on. Lily. Hannah remembers you from the days that you were used to come into the town with your mum and pa, and she's become something of a surrogate mother figure to you since your moved to Saltmarsh. She ensures you never go hungry and occasionally sends you patrons with minor elements your way, boosting your reputation as a healer. You've recently become aware that many farming families like yours have struggled under the new taxation system. You've heard whispers that Galen Primewater has been helping some farmers redirect their goods to markets that don't require the same level of taxation, although you've kept your distance from such arrangements. You know that your herbs grow in Saltmarsh have unique medical properties not found inland. Knowledge that have passed down through generations of Saltmarsh's healers that Alliance physicians often dismiss as superstition. Now, the three of you, the other three of you, there's a few things that will happen later on for yourself, but those are the ones from Saltmarsh. Over the next day or so, you've been happily going along your business. Anton, sorry, I'll get it right eventually. Probably not.
Okay.
I'll try. He stands at the docks, reviewing the manifests of recently arrived vessels as part of his unofficial duties, helping maintain order in the harbour. The morning sun glints off the water as he makes notes about suspicious merchant vessels flying Luskan colours. A young messenger boy tugs at his sleeve. Sir, sir, hands him a little notice.
Merci.
As you open it up, you recognise the Solomar family seal, which is Andor's family. And it's Master Solomar requests your attendance, sir. Something about the bodies in the harbour. He's putting together a reward. And he's seen you about town and you look very capable. So he hands you the note. Bove. The rhythmic sounding of Bove's hammer fills the makeshift workshop he's established near the docks. He's repairing a broken anchor train. Honest work, but the payment will barely make a dent in his debt to the Rusty Hook. Sweat drips from his brow as he works, his massive arms straining with each blow. The tavern girl from the empty net approaches, sliding a notice onto the workbench. Hey, Derek thought you might want this. 200 gold pieces? This could solve some of your problems, eh? The note is to get to see Andor and find out about the missing bodies. Rebecca, you complete your morning training on the beach south of town, sword moving in precise arcs as she practices the forms that will one day bring justice to those who slaughtered her family. The waves crash rhythmically as if applauding her dedication. Returning to town, she sees a notice posted outside the town hall. The crowd has gathered round in these parts as she approaches. The townsfolk have grown used to her intensity. They just split and let her through, as if like, I'm not getting in her way. You see the thing, it says, bound bodies in the harbour. Interesting. One of the old fishermen says, just like when the Sahugan come raiding, that is. Rebecca, you see that it's again a notice to go to see Solomor, Anders, and find out about what's happening. Lily. Aroma of freshly baked bread, infused with healing herbs, fills the small bakery as Lily removes another tray from the oven. Regular customers have already formed a queue outside, many suffering minor ailments that her special recipes just seem to make you not care about. Between customers, the baker's apprentice rushes in, waving a note. Miss Lily, have you seen this? Master Anders is offering gold for brave folks to help the town. Made me think of you. You're always asking about strange happenings and looking for your family and all. Yeah, maybe this something for you to do instead of just being here. Really useful. Al. Where else would you be, Al? You're dangling your feet off the edge of the pier, fishing rod in hand, humming a tune that seems to a strange key with each passing cloud. He's borrowed a comfortable seat on the stern of a currently unoccupied fishing vessel, making himself quite at home. The harbour master's assistant marches down the dock, fixing notes to posts. Curious. Al reels it, casts out, catches the notice and reels it in, gets the piece of paper. Hey, Ori, the assistant says, these ain't for taking. El's already read it. Eyes widening at the mere mention of 200 gold pieces. With that many gold pieces, hey, maybe he could buy his own boat. Well, or at least rent one occasionally instead of just sitting on them. The note says, you've all got the same one. So it's, in light of recent troubling discoveries in our harbour, I seek capable individuals to investigate matters of grave concern to the safety of our town. A reward of 200 gold pieces is offered for information leading to the resolution of this threat. Those willing should come to the Solomor estate at sundown today. For Saltmarsh. Now, I will go around each of you just to find out what you guys want to do for the rest of the afternoon in preparation. 2. You could even not go if you want to. It's your choice. You might have to find another something else to do for a bit, but the other characters all can do it. So let's start in the same order we've done this. So Anton,
I will go post haste. I'll go straight away and then check in with my Lord's Alliance representative Irlander after I check on Anders.
okay. If you leave now, you're going to be several hours early, but you can wait outside if you want to.
Oh, I will go on. Yeah, I'll go on time. That, I guess. Yeah. I'll finish up what I'm doing and then head over there.
Okay, nice. So Al,
I got time to catch a few more fish before I head
Yeah.
over. So, yeah. I'll go check it out.
nice. So you spend the afternoon catching some fish. What do you want to do with the fish? Actually, let me see. Give me a dexterity. First roll of the session.
First roll of the campaign.
This sets the tone now. Let's see if it's
Here we go.
11. Is
Roll
it
an 11,
11?
buddy. Roll an
You guys have
11.
chosen poorly. What am I rolling?
A dexterity.
Oh, I rolled good, guys.
Yeah.
The 16 plus 2. 18.
Nice.
Yourself, Gary will be the first to die.
Over the next few hours, you have a really successful. There must be a shoal of fish following the boat in that's just come in, but you get sort of 5 or 6 mackerel and a couple of you get a bass as well. It's really good haul for you. As you come back in, you talk to the harbour master and ask them if you could store the fish somewhere.
I was
He's
gonna say
like,
if the boat has like a sump or whatever where they keep their fish that they're gonna eat, I'll just toss them in there for whoever owns the boat.
yeah, okay, nice. The harbour master notices you doing that and just gives you a nod of recognition. As if it's like, he can sing and he can catch fish. What can't this man do?
You know,
That dating profile is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's great. Lily,
fishers only.
Lily, what's your plans for the afternoon?
So Lily realizes that like this is the end of the day for the shop, and normally she'd go home, catch a couple hours of sleep, and come back in to start kneading the dough for the next day. If she's going to go do this, she recognizes that she probably won't be available in the shop for a bit. So she calls in her apprentice, and then she gets them started on the task for shutting down the shop overnight and preparing for the next day. She goes and finds the husband and wife that she had previously worked with, apothecary and his baker wife, and says, "Hey, can you help kind of mind the shop for me? Just help me out. It'll probably be a couple of days." Gives them a little bit of coin and gets them set up to be able to manage things for a bit.
It says that's good of you to look after your apprentices like that, Lily. It's good. That's well, if you're about that Anders, that's a lot of money. I could do. Imagine what you could open a shop with that. God.
Finest pastries in the city.
Bah, you already do the finest pastries in the town. You don't want to. If you move to the city, we would lose you. You don't want to. Look, you're one of the gems here. We don't want you to go somewhere else. God. But wish you all the luck, and hopefully Anders will treat you well. Bove.
Yep. He's thinking he was interrupted while eating, and it's gonna be a regular thing. He's not gonna be happy about that. Plus he's gonna eventually run out of money and not be able to eat or do much. So probably good to get the to go see this Andor guy.
Nice. So spend the rest of the afternoon. You finish off your chain.
So
you get given 2 gold pieces. So have some more money. You get 2 gold pieces for finishing the chain. It's a pittance for how long it's taken you, but hey, look, it gives you a few more meals. And Rebecca.
So after seeing the flyer in the town square, she'll take note of what time they need to meet up, and then she'll actually head over to the bakery first and just like miss Lily, and then probably get updated from her apprentice that she's going to be gone for a little bit. So I don't know if her apprentice would let her know where she was, but essentially Rebecca would try and find her to see if she would be interested in going to this like together. And if not, she would just wait until dusk and head that way, and maybe tell her later on.
Yeah, her apprentice is busy. She's like literally stacked. It's the first time she's been left on her own for a while. You can see a sense of not frustration, but like, I could do this. I've got this. I can't let Lily down, type thing. But she's. I didn't get where she was. Sorry, I was just too busy concentrating on that. She'll be around. It's not that big a town, but yeah. Thanks, Rebecca. Just look after if you are going. I think Lily mentioned something about it. But if she's going, just keep an eye on her, will you? She says, you know what, she gets absent-minded sometimes and just gets lost in her thoughts. So keep an eye on her. I know you're a bit more focused than she is.
I'll do that.
That's perfect. You guys wait until early evening. You make your way to the Solomar estate. It's a well-maintained but not ostentatious. It's painted with white, blue trim, tasteful nautical decorations. You are met on the front by a manservant. He bows. You've recognised him from other Lily and Rebecca. You recognise him. You are brought in one by one into a room. As you look around, you see each other. You've seen each other around towns. You see Lily and Rebecca have probably seen each other a few times. They know each other. The rest of you have seen the other people. As you look around, you do the look around, see who else is here. Anders walks in. You find a young man in his mid-20s standing. He walks over to a window overlooking the harbour. He turns, his bright blue eyes sharp and attentive, his wavy hair just above his shoulders. He wears a sea blue tunic with silver threading through him, marks him as a person of some importance in Saltmarsh. He looks at every single one of you. Thank you all for coming. Please do make yourself comfortable. And he beckons to the some chairs in a semicircle. I am Anders Solomar. This is for all of you. I know you two will know who I am, Lily, Rebecca. My family has been part of Saltmarsh for generations. But however, I believe introductions are in order. Although I have made it my business to learn a little bit about each of you already. To Anton. Master Husband, your service with the naval forces in Lord's Alliance is well known. I understand that the captain speaks highly of you. Your expertise could be invaluable given the maritime nature of this problem. Looks at both. The master blacksmith from Ironford. I've heard about your strength, but seeing you in person now, I don't doubt a word of it. Both in the forge and the fighting ring, Saltmarsh hasn't been as welcoming to you as it should have been, has it? Perhaps this opportunity might lead to help you establish your place here more firmly. Looks to Rebecca. Miss Varos. I was deeply sorry to hear about your family. The Sahugan raids have taken far too many of Saltmarsh's own. Your dedication to justice is precisely what we need right now. Looks towards Lily. Miss Astor. Your healing skills and knowledge of herbs are spoken with great respect in the council chambers. The town has embraced you as one of their own, despite the tragedy that brought you here. But I appreciate you settling down in Saltmarsh. He looks at Al. You see a small, weary smile come over him as he looks at Al. And the wandering musician. Your melodies have brightened the sapping line on many an evening. I appreciate someone who observes as much as they do perform. He leans forward, his expression becoming grave. I've asked you here because Saltmarsh faces a disturbing situation. Two bodies have been found floating in the harbour over the past few weeks, hands and feet bound with leather straps, all drowned. Unrecognized, they're not locals of Saltmarsh, they are strangers. The Town Guard and Alliance soldiers have failed to determine their origins and identify those responsible. He stands, moves to the window, looking pensively towards the water. These aren't accidents or simple murders. The bindings are methodical, tight, and the methodical ways. Every 10 days, these bodies have appeared. All suggest something organized and something monstrous. He turns round. You see the anger in his face. I believe we're looking at evidence of slavery. Someone is bringing captives to our shores, and these poor souls, I don't know what's happened. Perhaps they tried to escape, perhaps they fell ill, perhaps they weren't deemed suitable quality enough, and they were disposed of in our waters. His fist clenched slightly at the side as he's trying. You see him just trying to relax it. This goes against everything Saltmarsh stands for. We've always been a community that values freedom and looks after our own. I've discussed this with the town council, but they are divided of how we proceed. The traditionalists fear looking too closely might disturb the uneasy peace with the Lord's Alliance. The Alliance representatives are constrained by protocols and following procedure. He returns to his seat, looking at each of you. That's why I've taken it upon myself to hire capable individuals that can investigate discreetly. I'm offering 200 gold pieces for identifying the source of these bodies and bringing those responsible to justice. He looks at Anton. This isn't about circumventing Alliance authority, Master. It's rather supplementing it with their efforts with local knowledge and skills that they lack. To both, your strength will likely be needed before this is done. Those slavers won't surrender willingly. To Rebecca, this quest for justice aligns with your own, I think. Evil takes many forms along our coast. Lily, your healing abilities unfortunately will be needed, both for the survivors you might find and possibly for yourselves during this adventure. I fear whoever is responsible won't surrender. Al, your ability to move through society unnoticed could reveal conversations and secrets others might miss. You'd be very useful for this group. Andor spreads a map across his desk, pointing to the various locations along the coast. Bodies have been found in this northern section of the harbour. The current suggests that they originated somewhere north of town. I have my suspicions. However, I will not bias your investigation with them. I would suggest speaking with the harbour master, locals who have found the bodies, and perhaps examine the most recent victims, which are preserved at the Temple of Pokhran. He sits back, folds his hands. Do you have any questions before you begin? I can provide letters of introductions to various officials, just so that you are working for me.
Both raise his hand. I need to. You need to talk to the sharks I owe money to. It gives them their names. You need to make sure they know I'm coming back.
Oh, you're not leaving
I don't think I
Saltmarsh.
deserve them.
You are here. You'll be seen around. I will just if you if they bother you, just just tell them that you are working for me and to give you a bit of breather space. Obviously,
Oh.
I can't hold them all forever.
I didn't want
A
to think
man's
I was leaving.
a man's debt is a man's debt. You need to deal with that yourself. You're aware of that.
Yep. That's all you had to say.
Anders is looking. Rebecca.
Should our investigation lead us off into the sea, we'll need a boat or some form of transportation.
That is very true. We'll cross that line when it comes to it. It's something that we can provision for stuff. But at this point in time,
No boat rides. Just kidding.
did you say something, Anton?
No, just kidding.
But see where your investigations lead. There may be possible outcomes, but it's definitely going to be maritime related in some way. So yes, boats will be required at some point, but let's see
Fishing
where
boat,
things
right?
lead. Oh, might be a little skiff.
Perfect.
This sounds like a very noble venture. Bonjour, all of you. I am Anton Houssard, formerly of the Lord's Alliance Navy, here on extended leaves. Maybe we do question some of these folks together, but this is good. 200 gold pieces a piece? Oh, wow. That in itself is quite a venture. At least we have a point to go to, a cardinal direction north. That's easy along a coastline. We just follow the water.
You know where you are at the moment. There's no major establishment for the next few days north, and for something. Actually, can I have a history check from you, Anton?
Oui, histoire is my best. 11 plus character sheets. Stand by. Yep, I'm turning Russian.
Oh, he hit the standard 11.
Yep, I got owns 11.
11. Okay. With that roll, you know, because obviously being a naval person yourself, that for a body to wash ashore, it won't have been dumped in deep sea because it would have sunk before it got to the shoreline. So you know that you can we'll talk to the harbour master as well, find out a bit more details. But for it to have gone in here with the tides, you need to talk to some local people about where the tides and where the eddies and where it flows, so you can find out a bit more details. But you know that it's a few hundred meters maximum from the coastline that this would have been dumped. Otherwise, it would have sunk before it got to the shore.
Ooh, we could have seen this ourselves. And there's Lord's Alliance ships out there, just out there.
They come and go. They're not there all the time, but currently there's one out there.
Oh, okay. He just looks off in the distance. He's like, "Bonjour, Jeremy." Anyways, I'm back.
Okay. Al, is there anything you want to do?
I just realized why he was saying bonjour to Jeremy. Oh man, funny. No, I got nothing. Nope.
Okay. Lily?
I'm going to look at our host and say, you know, my skills in healing with the potions that I can create are okay, but would you perhaps have a few you could front us as we prepare to head off? I would hate to think that my skills would be insufficient to keep everyone, you know, from harm.
Unfortunately, with the war that's been going on and the money that I've had to put down for this, I've had to liquidate most of my assets to sort of fund this reward. And I don't expect you to be leaving Saltmarsh for this. Look, just find some information out first of all. If it leads you elsewhere into danger, please come back. But currently, keep me informed of what's happening. It's
Ooh. There's nothing
Plenty
to
to do.
fear, Fleur de Lis. I am also qualified in a little bit of medical things. I have mouth to mouth and many other things to sustain you.
You better
He's a
keep
bit
your mouth off
grimy.
me.
Okay. And Rebecca, is there anything you want to do? Or say, or
So, the descriptions for the bodies that have been washing up, has any of them been like identified as
No.
Saltmarsh people, or are they all outsiders?
They're all outsiders. They're all unrecognized. They're all unrecognized, and no one actually knows who they are, unfortunately.
Hmm.
So, well, I don't know if Al would ask that. Never mind. I'll shut up.
No, you're gonna.
Proceed.
I'll
Al wouldn't ask,
ask
but I'm
away.
curious if their clothing is any kind of indication of maybe where they come from. You know, because different people in different places dress differently and
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
They were in basically loincloths and wraps, so as if they've been stripped of all clothes that they would have identified them with.
Can we go check down to the morgue and take a look?
Of course you
see?
can.
Okay, maybe we stop there, and then we go talk to the arbor mess there.
Anders turns and goes, well, if you go and talk to the person that found it was Albert Krabson.
Albert, crap. That's a very unfortunate name.
Yeah. Unfortunately, him and Merrin, they both found it. They're he's a fisherman in his 60s, and she's a woman in her 40s. They're one of the. I think they're doing it overnight. I think they're out on a boat this evening, but they'll be back tomorrow morning they'll be back on their early morning catch. You'll see them on the dockside.
Oh,
So if you want to talk to them, that's them. But it's evening now. As he looks at you, he gets a note, gives you a note, which basically tells the let's see if anyone's remembering this. Does anyone remember what the tavern's called here?
Snapline.
Yeah,
there's an
Line
empty net.
Tavern.
There's two.
Empty net and the fish hook.
Snapping Line Tavern is one of them.
Yeah, Snapping Line Tavern's one, and the Empty Nest is another one. So he gives you a note and says, "This will give you free meal and a few drinks tonight. You can get to know each other."
Oh,
Because look, if I know anything, and he looks at each of you, it's going to take a bit of getting used to working as a team. You've kind of been on your own a lot of you doing stuff.
I'm not going to make this weird at all.
Oh, definitely you are.
So if you want to let me know where you're going, I'll make sure I sign out to this. So which one do you want to go to? The Empty Nest or the Snapping Line?
Which one has line versus ale?
Ooh.
Yeah, they all have they've got quite a lot of different. There's only two main ones, and they serve all types of drink in both. So.
Which one's cheaper?
We know Derek sleeps at the Empty Net, right?
Yeah, the Empty Net's the cheap one.
Buy the first round for my new friends. Especially you, big boy.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
You felt excited,
you want
like,
to learn
yeah,
French?
no.
It's a very Luskin accent you have.
You want a big hug?
Ooh, yes.
It's funny, I didn't think he was a bear.
Okay, so if you want to go to the Snapping Line, is the most reputable tavern.
Let's go
which
there.
is okay. So basically, the Snapping Line. I'll just give you a bit of history of this, obviously, because your characters might know it. Well, two of you do. The rest of you have no idea. It's the most reputable tavern in town. It's near the docks. It's a two-story wooden building with weathered sign depicting a line. There's Hannah is the proprietor, as we said before, and she prides herself in the seafood, the best seafood in town. So you'll get some nice chowder, some nice stuff, and the lobster's the best. By a
How are the clam? They're good.
there's lots of clams, and the clams are good as well.
Really?
So as you go in, you all five of you walk together. As you walk in, as normal here, people look up as when people enter. They recognise two locals quite, and you see them smile and nod. Then Anton walks in, and they're like, okay, together. Whatever. And they get back,
Friends.
and they get back to their drinking type thing. So Bove and Al, you go to a corner table. You sit down. As you are waiting for Hannah to come up, is there anything you want to discuss amongst yourselves?
Oops.
I can go round if it's easier, so you don't all jump each other on. I'll do it in reverse order this time. So we're going to start with Rebecca, because otherwise it's no fun picking on Tim constantly.
Thank you.
So Salmer introduced himself, but who, aside from Lily, of course, are the three of you?
You first.
Good.
After you.
Hey, I go by Bove. You can call me Bove. I come from Ironford, blacksmith, fighter, trade, merchant, mainly, and service man, kind of like their local handyman. I get by in the day to day with my hands, most important thing, and I enjoy food, enjoy drink, company of others, and a good fight, a good tussle. It's like his hands, a little bit under the chin. It's okay.
Both.
How about you? Where do you come from, Becky?
I'm actually from here.
Really?
Grew up in Saltmarsh all my life. Met Lily not too long ago when she moved here, and I've seen most of you around, but haven't had a conversation aside from today.
I've seen you too. It's the hair. It's the hair gives it away. That just
Yeah,
stands out. And of course,
yeah.
Lily's baked goods. Lily. Oh my goodness. A gem of the town. Delicious. The goods. The goods. The baked
You're
goods.
not allowed. You can't get married in 2 campaigns. Okay.
There's no rule against that.
No.
You can't make up rules.
Yeah, I'm just saying we've already found out the paladin's got a whole blessing thing when we do a marriage. Like it's
Yeah.
good, extra stuff. You just can't get constantly married, unfortunately.
I'm Al. I don't know how to fight or anything, but I love fishing, and I'm just kind of here to see what's going on.
It's okay. I'll teach you. It's easy. You hit him.
I don't know. You're pretty big, and I'm pretty little. I don't think I can hit like you hit.
On that note, when Bove says that and he holds up his hand is over the size of your head. You're a 3-foot halfling. This guy's 6'7", massive hands. Like it's like you're like, yeah.
You look like a good hiding spot.
Okay.
This could be another campaign where I carry Gary.
Yes.
Nice.
Not that ever happens now. So the early evening crowd in the snapping line creates a comforting din. Sailors loudly recanting their daily catch, merchants discussing trade opportunities, and locals debating the ever-present tension between the traditionalists and the loyalists. When you sat down at a table chatting, Hannah walks over to you. She looks down. Her face crackles in a warm smile as she recognizes Lily and Rebecca. Well, now this is an interesting gathering, she says as she places a pitcher of ale and several glasses of wine, pushes one over to Lily. Lily, love, not seen you since yesterday when you dropped off those herb buns. They sold out before midday. God,
Did they? Wonderful. I'll
always
let my
good to see.
apprentice know to bring more.
Oh, thank you very much. They're very, very popular. And Miss Varos, training hard as always, I suspect. Saw you in the morning. Those sword drills on the South Beach are mesmerizing. I don't know how you can handle doing that for so long. I just, especially in the heat of the day, that's just, don't understand. Just don't understand. And you
The
brought,
ocean keeps it kind of chill.
well, true, I suppose. And you've brought friends with you, eh? Although I reckon friends might be stretching it, given the way you're all eyeing each other. Um, and you are, sorry, and your name is? She looks at Anton.
Oh, Anton Hussard, at your service. I've just met this lovely crew. We're preparing to discover what is going on with these bodies floating in the ocean.
Yeah, interesting. Well, yeah, just bear in mind, as she looks at you, what happens at the snap, what happens here stays here, doesn't get back to people, okay?
Oh, I see. I'm Lord Alliance. You stereotyped me. Okay, no big deal. Oh, I'm here. I'm just Antoine. I'm not Antoine the Navigator.
Well, if you, that's, hopefully that is the case. Actions speak louder than words and all that. She walks over to, puts a big L in front of Bove. Have you had a breakfast today, big fella? You can't swing a hammer on an empty stomach.
No, never empty. Please. What do you have? Send it.
Pardon, Bove. Is that short for Bovadise? Or just... I've heard this before.
Bovine, or whatever.
Okay. I have a cousin named Sigma. Sigma. Yeah.
Well,
Sigma Sagma? That's a good word.
She goes, I'll bring a platter over in a bit. What brings you here anyway?
We're trying to find out what happened to the dead people.
Yeah. Do
Ah,
you know anything?
Anders, he's a, God, yeah. He's a good lad, that Anders. Bit naive, bit young, but hey, his parents were good people. Good people.
They certainly
But
got coin.
Anders' family's been in this area for generations and always out to look after people. They're
Yeah.
good people, those Anders.
Do you know the name of the harbor master?
Well, yeah. Which one do you want?
Oh, which one? That was good to know. I suppose harbor masters. One that works at in the evening.
The one in the evening. Give me 2 seconds as I scroll through my notes. I've lost my notes.
That is okay. I shall sing us a song while you wait. Les oignons, frites, oui, les oignons, les oignons.
Okay, Al, you realise that your singing's a lot better than the rest of the parties. Okay.
The rest are just Antoine.
I just shout. I just shout the word. Like I'm mumbling the words, kind of. I don't know the words, what he's saying, but I'm enjoying it.
It is an old naval song. You know,
Yeah,
onions are everywhere.
Name of the harbour master is Leze, which is Leesa, Nullhaven.
Nullhaven?
Mulhaven, Mulhaven.
What do you know of the craftsmans? Interesting name. The mayor dudes. You know Albert Craftsman. He works. He's been farting around at night too.
Oh, they're
come
out
in-
fishing. Yeah, they're out fishing tonight. I know them well. They
they
usually
fish
in here
at
most
night.
evening.
He fish at
Yeah.
night, and I look over at the albacore. Albacore, huh? They fish at night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a coincidence?
Al, with your history in fishing, you know that it's quite common to do overnight fishing to get
There's no
back
bad
in the
times for
morning.
fishing.
No, you've
God.
got to go when the tides are ready, and that's what happens this time of the year. That's what happens. It also
Okay.
means that they arrive first thing in the morning at dock, fresh fish for the day ahead. It's a good, very good way of doing things.
I'll nudge Lily. Maybe they're fishing for dudes out in the sea. They're my number one suspect.
Lily,
Nope.
on that note, you actually, Albert Crabston and Merrin, you've known them for quite a few years on and off, and you know they're like the salt of the earth. You would trust them to have your back on literally anything you've ever done. So Anton sort of accusing them is kind of like he doesn't, obviously he's just accusing locals because he doesn't know who they are.
Makes me not trust him. Certainly
Jump
doesn't
in-
build a cohesive team, does it? But I don't say anything outright to him. I just sort of I look at Rebecca and I give that look like
Al is blissfully unaware.
Yep, you do. You obviously know Lessa because she's the one that always gives you a hard time when you're getting on boats.
All the
So
hard
you
work, yeah.
yeah, you know Lessa. You know her. She's always, and she's the one that warns the captains, every new captain, just that you are going to jump on aboard. So
I don't think Al would recognize that she doesn't like him necessarily. He's just like, oh yeah, I remember her. She's a real nice
Oh.
lady. She talks to everybody.
yeah, that's fair.
Lily,
Every-
who does Lily not trust?
you.
Oh.
If
Oh,
you don't
we-
trust the people that I trust, that tells me that there's
the
something wrong with
craftsmen.
you.
I just heard of them. I don't know who these guys are.
jump into conclusions about locals. That's typical outsider mentality, isn't it?
Mhm.
It is.
God.
Makes me wonder what you're
Once
hiding.
again, Jim starts as the outsider, working his way in. Oh boy, off we go.
Over the next sort of 10 minutes or so, various sea platters are brought in front of you with all forms of freshly caught sea shellfish and sea and food. The smell. If you don't like fish food, leave. Simple. Just don't actually. You don't want to eat in Saltmarsh. This is there. However, you recognise them, Lily, as there's some of your bread on the table as well. That's not just some of your buns and that. Some of your loaves you do that are not herb infused. They're just standard,
Just regular
bread. Over the course of the evening, you have good food, a good drink. Is there anything you want to discuss or what's happening this evening, or before you retire for the evening and meet up tomorrow morning somewhere, somehow? Or are you just going to go your own directions and then come back?
There are at least two
So-
that are from here, Becky and Lily, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that
So-
is? Yeah.
So Lily, points out the bread, and she kind of asks everybody, "Hey, what do you think of the bread?"
It was
Do I like
delicious.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
baguette is good.
It's
Yeah,
of my
it's
own.
good.
I get local wheat, and I use local products, and I use those local products to create a wonderful, beautiful bread that you see here. Even when it's plain, it's still delicious. And I would hate to think that anybody would take something so wonderful and so locally made and try to think that it was awful. She just stares.
Antoine.
No,
At Antoine.
he said it was fine. He said he liked it.
Yeah, it's a good bread.
Good.
Yeah, it's delicious. You're a bread wizard, ma'am.
Yeah, a blizzard.
A
I was
blizzard.
just dipping it in his chowder or whatever and eating it and just watching these guys go back and forth.
Yeah. You know
Perhaps-
the craftsmen very well. You know these chaps,
I
Albert
do.
and Debbie. Oh well.
Good and
Okay.
honorable people. I would hate to think that anybody would consider them otherwise without getting to know them first.
Well,
Probably
You never
a
know.
fair warning
Some people
to
have
make sure
what
you
are called a
investigate
front.
first.
Yeah, they might have a front. You never know. We are in the evil place, these Forgotten Realms. You never know. Maybe an outsider's look is what we need.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Or maybe I'm just rude.
That would be very French of you, wouldn't it?
Oh, what are you trying to say? I'm not allowed
You
to
heard
say
me.
that.
I said what I said.
I am not allowed to say that from where I'm from because that's what
Too
that's
It's
what
close.
okay, I'll
wars.
say it for you.
Okay. Hannah sort of comes up and she's like, well, it's not closing time yet, but as this is on Anders, do you guys want another round?
Yes.
Yeah.
So she brings out some more
I'm
ale, some
excited.
more wine. She dishes it round, and she's like,
Can I have
I hope
some
he gets.
juice?
Yeah, wine's juice.
It makes me feel funny.
I suppose I
That's
could.
the best part. Wait, how old are you, Albatore?
He's still a teenager.
Oh shit! Oh man! Yeah, is I
Remember,
checking
this
the
is
rules. This is for a federal offense in Waterdeep.
remember, this is
Yeah.
European. You can be drinking from 14 here. You're fine. This is not. This is not America.
Well, we do yards and miles here in the Sword Coast, so I was wondering.
Yeah. So oh, I can. How about she
Milk
goes
is
out?
okay.
She brings back some water,
Water?
and she puts the water, then she sort of tops like a top up with the wine and mixes it round. There you go.
Thank you.
Kills the germs.
Yeah. You got to have something fermented in it somehow. It's the easiest way of doing it. So yeah, as she looks at you, each of you, and she says, "If you can get to the bottom of this, it's bad news. This bad news. What's happening around and that.
We will do our best.
Yeah, that. There's always been a undercurrent of certain activities in Saltmarsh." And she looks around and she tries to avoid Anton's gaze, but slavery's never one of them.
Wait, what?
Yeah, slavery's bad.
Yeah, sure. Yes, of course.
Yeah, we
The
don't
Lord's
want it.
Alliance is definitely against that. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I agree. And she looks in and she gets to you. She says, "Strange has only been happening since we've been part of the Lord's Alliance." Eh?
Oh, and I would like to make it
Oh.
very clear that I'm not one of, and I look at everybody, that I'm not one of these hardline Lord's Alliance imperialist types. I am currently on sabbatical because I'm just chilling and trying to decide if the autonomy of villages like this is more important than the collective in a union, you know? But I would say, and he starts getting loud because he's drinking, like, the Frost Giants are at bay. And we did come together as a society, and the Lord's Alliance isn't all bad. But I will shut my mouth now, but eat the baguette.
Okay, could you give me a perception check from everyone, please?
Sure.
Am I about to get beat up? Ooh, he's getting drunk. You got a 4.
Oh,
That's
23. He's on it.
7.
8.
Okay. So anyone that rolled above 15, you notice that when Anton is getting a bit louder and a little bit of things there, you see a few of the locals sort of just glaring over, and you hear the odd phrase of landlubbers, shore huggers, quill pushers, fancy boots, all literally the terms that you know in Saltmarsh is just people that are using just to insult people, but not say it straight away. And they're not saying it to Anton, they're just discussing that Lord's Alliance has damn got a fucking clue what's happening here. And the one that really does do it is the last one you hear just before it shuts down is fish tax vultures is what they're being called now. As far as they're concerned, taxing our fish is literally they're fucking useless. They are. But yeah,
Why do I always pick this guy?
you don't know, but through your actions, if you want to be, you can. This is your choice. You can.
He doesn't
be,
know. He thinks everybody loves him. Yeah, he's still singing terrible songs.
And so you are sort of hearing a few sort of things, but there's nothing major. But you are also hearing praise for Anders for putting his personal wealth in for solving this sort of to help this thing, especially when they're kind of saying now that the council's divided now that it's made up of sort of a mixture of traditionalists and loyalists. They can't seem to make anything stick now. Seems to be an uphill battle to make any headway on any topics. So lots of dissension about the current way the council is handling a lot of this information. For someone to like Anders to have to just step up and do it himself, it's never been the way before. The council's always looked after their own, so they're not sure what's happening on that side of the front. So do you guys want to stay here for a little bit longer and drink some more, have some things? Or
is there anyone that looks just like I don't know, that's giving us like the stink eye specifically, like they're like looking directly our way constantly.
He's looking for a fight
looking for
already.
trouble.
At that, like Lily sees this and goes, "Well, y'all, I have bread to need for the morning sales. I will where shall we meet later?"
I need bread.
You can come by my shop in the morning to purchase it.
That's a date.
You'll be making a purchase. You won't be staying. Anyway, where would we like to meet in the morning?
The bread shop.
I guess, does everybody know where the bread shop is?
Is it a boulangerie?
Yeah. It's your bakery, right? It's your bakery, right? I know where that's at. Been there plenty of times.
All right. Well, then, doors open at 5:30 in the morning, just before dawn. Come find me there then.
Okay.
Bonsoir.
Okay, Bove, as you're looking around, you are from behind you. You hear a booming laugh that you recognise instantly as Torgar Breakwater. He's one of the local fishermen that he does now and then partake in the fighting pits. You recognise the booming voice quite clearly. He talks little, prefers communications in grunts and nods. He doesn't really. He makes no effort to hide his contempt for the Lord's Alliance. After several pints, he's always been known. Every couple of days, there's some sort of ruckus with him and a Lord Alliance guard off duty that's gone drinking too much. You see him just there chatting and drinking, and just is one now is yeah. Did you hear? They're making people. I've got to get the harbour master to sign my documents now every time I'm on boat. It's like this is stupid. They know I'm on a boat. They can't look at me. No one can miss me on a boat. Well, apparently they're making us sort of keep track of who's on what boat. I don't know why that's it. We've been free to go on any boat forever. And he looks up and he sees, Bove. How's hanging?
It's good. It's good. So I heard you saying you're talking about you got to sign these documents and you got to do these things now to make you. What's going on?
Sign them, yeah. I can't write. I got to get Hannah to do. I got to get Lesla to sign it every single time. I can't do it. I don't know why they're making us do paperwork. I'm a fisherman.
Yeah, it's no good. No good at all. No good at all. What it's also no good is these all these bodies rolling up. Apparently that's new.
Yeah, it's past couple of weeks.
While you're on your boat, did you see anything?
To be honest, we've been fishing south for past doing crabs. The crab season's down south at the moment, so we've been doing that. It's not been I heard they must have come from the north, given the if you talk to Leza, obviously the harbour master, she might be able to talk about the local tides and stuff, because we do more deep fishing and go out looking at the crabs. So, because look, to be fair, I've got to use my size somehow, and pulling up those pots is just it's keeping me fit.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not one for trawling things in the local in the shallows. Got to be the deep stuff or nothing here for me.
Well, I'm sorry for your troubles. Hey, Beer Witch, is the drink still free?
Hannah goes, they are for you.
Mm. All right, I'll take one more drink.
She gets a drink, pours it out, gives it to you.
I give it to him.
And
All
she's
right,
like,
thanks.
I knew that was gonna. She's like, fuck.
All right, man. Sorry for your troubles. You gotta sign it, but I wish the best for you. Good luck in the pits. Hope to see you there.
Yeah.
Hey,
Next time
Bo.
Next time I'll get you. Next time I'll get you.
Ah, I hope so. I hope so, Fred. All right, he goes, leaves. Then I go back to the trail, sit down, plop, continue drinking like the little bit that I had left, and eating finishing the chowder.
Okay, Al, being a bard and being your normal nonchalant self, whilst the party are doing their normal chatting and seeing stuff, you're doing your normal, which is observing the crowd and looking around and seeing what's around. Can I have a performance check from you as you start to idly strum? Which instrument do you have on you today, anyway?
Loot.
Lute. Okay, cool.
16.
16, yeah. Idly sat in the corner, just going through some various songs, and you're singing some local sea shanties. Everyone starts to, even though the conversations were loud and boisterous as they normally are here, after a few minutes, they recognise the songs you're playing. The whole place seems to hush down a little bit, and you see like the people like joining in on the choruses, stamping their feet. Because if a sea shanty's not for sitting still, it's for moving your feet, getting in and enjoying it, and knowing what's happening. When you finish, there's a round of applause, and then it's Hannah's like, "Yeah, it's good having someone like you in here, Hal. You don't cause trouble, and you're not pleasant. You're pretty pleasant on the ears as well. Pretty pleasant on the ears."
Thank you.
Over the next sort of 10, 15 minutes, you have your final drink. You go back to either your homes or your lodgings, wherever you are, or this boat that you decided to stay in that evening. Many occasion Al's woken up away from shore, but this time he's getting the knack now of these ones that he knows that get on the ones that have just come in. They're not usually going out the same day. So morning happens in as per normal, because that's what mornings do. You wake up, the mist is rolling in over Saltmarsh as quite customarily this time of year. After about 10, 15 minutes of looking out over the sea and looking around, the mist starts to subdue and disappear. You guys were meeting outside Lily's bakery. Lily's been there for 2-3 hours by now already, sorting out all the bread, getting it all ready. The apprentice there, so she's like, "Yeah, Lily, you're destined for greater things than this. Just leave this to me for now. I can handle this for now. If I get in trouble, I know you sent your friends round to sort of help me out, but look, I've been doing this for a while now. The basics that I'm not being able to make your herbs infused stuff that's special. I wouldn't like to get that wrong, but the basic bakery stuff here, I can do that. I can make sure it's not going to have any problems here. And if every now and then, if you are able to sort of come in and sort of give me a refresher and a little thing, it'd be great. But look, 200 gold. That's like more money than I've ever seen. I don't think I've only ever seen it written down once, and that's on that notice board.
She nods and says, "Okay, I trust you. I've trained you well. I know that you are ready to become a journeyman soon. She kind of digs into her little pouch and hands over a couple of coppers and says, "Hey, this is for you, personally. Don't put this in the drawers. Use this, and keep yourself well fed. It's going to be long days, and you're going to need it. I'll check back in with you when I can."
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. If you have anything we need, just let me know. But get those. Find out who's causing this for the families. I don't want that to carry on anymore.
Could Al have talked to the harbor master on his way to the random boat? She's only working at night.
Yep, of course you can.
So
What do you want?
He would have the flyer in his hand. Like, hi, I'm trying to find the dead people or find out how they got here. Do you know anything?
Oh, you're the one that stole the notice. Would have
Yeah.
thought. Well, dead people are at the Temple of Procon. Otherwise, they'll be stinking up the place.
Do you know anything about how they got here or where they came from?
They drowned.
Or why were their hands and feet tied together?
Well, that's what you're being paid to sort out. But they drowned.
Well, sorting it out means asking people if they know anything, because I don't know anything. You have to know more than I do.
I know a fair amount, but to be fair, you're quite an inquisitive chap. Well, what exactly are you after, Al?
Well, the nice man, I don't remember where he was at, but the nice man told me to find out how these dead people got in the water. And so I'm trying to find out how these dead people got in the water so he'll give me some money so I can buy more stuff for fishing.
Good aims as always, Al. Good aims as always. All I've said is, I reckon it's looking at where they've washed in.
He said they came from up north. Does that help?
Yeah. North is. Well, there's that. I would say, looking at where they probably 4 or 5 hours walk north. I reckon.
Alice holding on to his lucky lure as he's talking to her, and he's going to inadvertently cast friends on her
Okay.
because he really wants her to like him, so she'll help him.
So what does that do? Just tell me, so we can. This is also helping other. Because one thing I will say, actually, I forgot to say this in the note in the start. Just because you know what a spell did, don't expect it to be identical to what it is in 2014. And I'll give an example just so you're aware. Do you remember the really, really, really bad cantrip called Blade Ward in 2014? No one ever used it because it was an action to cast, and it gave disadvantage on your next attack roll against you. Basically, is what it did. But it used your action every time, so you might as well just have dodged. It was pointless. The new version of the new version of Blade Ward is, as a bonus action, you cast Blade Ward. It lasts for a minute. It's concentration, and every attack against you has -1 to 4 to 1d4 to hit.
Oh, nice.
So it's actually a really useful spell now for a cantrip. So just for that is really do look at the spells. They are slightly different. So for example, Lily's got Cure Wounds. Cure Wounds in 2024 does 2d8 damage, healing is level 1, not 1d8. So don't just presume that you know what they do. And I know it's just I've made that mistake on loads of spells, and I've went, huh. So just read them, see what they do, and go, actually, they're quite useful, and they're not. So what does Friends actually do now?
On that note, they also killed the lucky feet.
No, they made it. They didn't. They fixed the broken feet.
They killed it. It just gives advantage now. It doesn't help you save the world. Ooh. Anyways, Friends says you magically emanate a sense of friendship towards one creature you can see within range. The target must succeed a wisdom saving throw or have the charmed condition for the duration. The target succeeds automatically if it isn't humanoid, if you're fighting it, or if you've cast a spell on it within the past 24 hours. Ends early if the target takes damage, or if you make an attack roll, deal damage, or force anyone to make a saving throw. When the spell ends, the target knows it was charmed by you.
Okay, so What's your wisdom spell? What's your what's your
ABC is 14.
Okay? Give me 2 seconds. I actually need dice. Look, go. She failed absolutely catastrophically. She rolled a
Resties
6.
for resties.
But she does know you cast it on her at the end of the spell when the spell goes out.
Yeah.
That seems creepy. Is it still early in the morning? Is it morning times?
First thing, let me finish this one first of all. But yes, it is early in the
Okay.
morning, first of all. So you obviously nonchalantly cast a spell on her.
I'll just nonchalantly. He doesn't even know he's casting spells.
Yeah,
He just
that's right.
knows his lucky lure helps things that he wants to happen.
So Lessa blinks, momentarily confused by her sudden feelings of warmth towards this scruffy halfling. She shakes her head a little bit. "Oh, well, I suppose there's no harm in sharing some official reports. You seem trustworthy enough. Please, just come in." And she takes you into her harbour's master's office, and she starts to go through. To be honest, you've got quite an honest face for someone that keeps borrowing boats without asking. But the first body, and she goes, was here. She marks it on the chart, and that was by Albert. Sorry, that was about 13 days ago or so. The most recent one was 3 days ago. She goes through and she gets around. She's, I reckon, given where they've come in, it'd be a similar location, 4 or 5 hours to the north. Yeah, it's unusual for things to sort of come in because we're the cove that we're in. They'd have to be quite close where they were dumped, otherwise they or where they entered the water, because otherwise they wouldn't get here. So probably they would have to be moored up, and then probably in a distance that would be suitable for a rowboat to get to shore. That's the sort of distance that you'd be looking at.
Good to know. You're super helpful. Thank you so much.
Well, no, I appreciate it. Anytime. You're welcome here all the time, Al.
You're so nice. And he kind of gives her a hug.
Oh, I don't know. To be honest, I'm not sure why I showed you that, but I must be a bit tired. But yeah, no, but thank you. And obviously, please just stay off some of the boats. At least ask before you go on them in the future.
Well, they don't seem to mind. Everybody likes me. And he just kind of wanders out, kind of with a little pep in his step. Bye bye. We'll see you later.
Okay, you wander off. You don't know what happens. So she's when the spell ends, she's like, "What the fuck happened there?" Right. So Lily's been doing her baking goods. Al's been doing some fishing stuff. Is anybody doing anything else before they get to the bakery to meet up as a group? Or so, Rebecca, what do you plan on doing?
So I'm not sure if this will actually be a thing, but Rebecca will try and go and see if she spots Keldek like watching the water like he has been at random hours during the night. She'll probably get up like a little bit earlier before she's to meet them at the bakery to see if she just sees him there or
And if he
If
is
not,
there, what do you want to do?
she just wants to watch, like, if he's doing anything weird or out of the ordinary. Maybe to like report back to the others when she meets up with them.
Okay. So you wake up 2 hours or so before dawn. You move through the shadows with sort of like a bit more. Actually, can I have a stealth check from you, please? Just to sort of see how you're doing this in. You're really good at stealth as well. You don't have to have your armor on if you don't want to have your armor
Okay,
on.
I'm not saying it's me before I put on disadvantage armor. Okay. It's just a 10.
Okay, so you see Kaladek come out of his shop, head slightly tilting as if listening something beyond the normal hearing. Instead of taking the main path along the bluff, he descends to a rarely used trail that winds down to a narrow strip of rocky beach. The route is treacherous in the dark, but he navigates it with familiar of routine. Rebecca, you stay at a safe distance, seeing what's happening. You see him reach a small hidden cove from the main harbour, which is to the south of where he is, nearby a jutting rock. With practice movements, you see him open a book, start sort of. You can't hear from this distance because there's some crashing of the waves and stuff, but you recognise some of the movements he's doing is like one of his sermons, one of his sort of things he's done. Because he likes to give, he helps out the Temple of Proctor on a couple of things, and it's like, this is a bit weird. You see him reach into a hidden pocket, remove a small vial containing what just looks like clear liquid, and you see him sort of hold it up, look into the sky, just do this, puts it down. You see him scratching his chin. You then see him hold up again the vial. That this time he gets like a scale. You actually can have a perception check from you, please.
21.
Yeah, pretty reasonably. Yeah. You recognise this scale. It's got like a greenish hint to it that looks like it's got an opalescent sheen type thing. You recognise it as one of the more rare shark scales. It's a known shark in this animal, and he's there looking through, and he's holding it, looking through this. Not sure what he's doing, but he seems to be looking through and looking at the horizon. He shakes his head again, puts all his details back in, and he starts to come back towards. Don't know what that meant, but he was definitely looking as if he was using the scale as some type of like looking glass or something, or some type of filter, but. You don't know what he saw, but he came back. He didn't spot you with your stealth check that you had. So that's Kaladek for you.
Okay, I'll take that to note, then head home, get dressed, and mosey my way over to the bakery.
Nice. And Anton, is there anything you want to do in the morning before you meet up?
You were mentioning something about the tides being kind of weird, so he's just gonna go outside and just study the tides. Look out early in the morning. Get up maybe an hour early and kind of stare out there for a little while, see if he hears anything or sees anything kind of strange.
Could I have? It's an intelligence check for you because there's no skill for this. Actually, no, survival. If you've got survival, give me a survival check.
Okay.
Which is basically intelligence based anyway, so if you haven't, it's the same.
Yes. I can't get over a 4 today. This is fun, and everybody's mean. I'm having a blast. Okay. Yeah, so he sees water.
You see water, and it's quite unusual where
Fucking
this
hate when the dice just ruin the game.
However, you do look the way it's coming. There are some small eddies that come through. So even with that roll, you see that it would definitely be in previous to your previous conversation of that this is within the local vicinity. If it's too far out, it wouldn't have got in. It wouldn't have got in those eddies that got into the town.
There's a significant large tide out there, Moana style, that you have to get over.
Yeah. And also, with that roll, though, you can't differentiate between why they ended up in different locations quite yet. But maybe somebody else will be able to help you. Bove, is there anything you want to do in the morning before you meet up?
Yeah, I want to go and make sure my equipment's good. Get some supplies too, and get a little bit of go to the blacksmith shop that I work at. Go to the fire, grab some of the ash, and put it in one of my pouches.
Okay.
Just in case.
You have a special hole to put your ash?
Oh yes, specifically for the ash.
It's called an ash hole.
So he goes and does that just in case. It's my ash hole.
Yeah. We knew what you were doing there, Frenchman.
Yeah.
This is the no joke crowd. I get it. Very fucking serious.
And
So
because
yep,
it's just
he goes and gets his. So he does that, and then goes back and meets. He's going, and then going to the bakery.
So as you get towards the bakery, you notice 3 people outside and Lily just leaving the shop. And at that point, we'll have a break for a bit because it's now 9:05. So we'll have a break to say 1/4 the hour. Is that enough, or do you want 20 past the hour?
Whatever you guys want. It's good. Well, you're the dungeon master.
I'm not going
Okay, we'll
anywhere.
do quarter past the hour then.
All right, cool.
Hey, Skylar, you
Be
back
back
there,
in a
buddy?
bit.
Life's an open road when you're 3 feet tall. Never thought we'd find a family at all. One roll of the dice, one twist of fate. Now we're side by side. Guess this was our fate. Oh, we bicker, we fight. We don't see eye to eye. When trouble comes, we're always gonna try. Brothers and sisters who knew we would be a family of heroes. Just wait and see. Wait, are we related? We push, we pull, we stumble and fall. Sometimes it feels like we don't know each other at all. But when the chips are down and we make our stand, together we've got half a chance. Even when the road gets rough and life throws down the odds, we've got each other's backs through every trap and fraud. We push, we pull, we stumble and fall. Sometimes it feels like we don't know each other at all. But when the chips are down and we make our stand, together we've got half a chance. Hey, who ate all the rations? Not me, not me. Okay, maybe a little. We're creeping in the shadows, eyes like fire. Razor claws in the dark, they're coming higher. You feel the chill, you hear the hiss, but when you turn around, it's the end of bliss. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, no mercy, no time, you're on their list. They'll rip and tear through the fog and mist. These monsters won't care if you run or scream. Once they got you, you won't wake from the dream. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger. You thought you were safe, lock the door tight, but murder badgers, they own the night. You can try to hide, you can try to flee, but they'll find you no matter where you'll be. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, they don't care, they don't share. Murder badger, everywhere they'll tear you bare. There. They were locked up for a reason, but the world ran out of heroes. So now you roll with what you got, kicking down doors with a holy grin, silver tongues and a dozen sins. Wrong side of justice, right side of fate. say no, we're the brakes. When the plan goes south, we smile wide. 'Cause no one rides like the ones denied. We roll for trouble, we play to win. Out of the sails and into the spin. We're taking chances, bending fate. The last bad call on heaven's slate. Roll for trouble, that's our cue. You want a miracle? We'll do. Hey. Dungeon born, maybe one or two, but fate don't ask where it found you. Roll for trouble.
Awakening in shadows deep, from endless night I rise and creep. A stolen soul, forever bound. In your heartbeat I am found. I slept for centuries alone, and dreams of blood upon a throne. But your foolish hands, they touched the key, and now your fate is bound to me. Through darkness I was once set free. Now I drag you into misery. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that holds the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my light. In blood we dance till morning light. Your friend, your brother, now my own. A puppet on this cruel dark throne. The demon's hand, it pulls us all. I rise, I claim, I make you fall. From hell's deep pit, I stole his flame. Manuki gone, near the echoes of pain. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that holds the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my bite. In blood we dance till morning light. But in the dark where shadows sin, a heart still beats within this thing. I am the weapon, I am the blade, but long ago I was betrayed. Now cursed to walk this endless fight, no dawn to break this eternal night. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that holds the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my bite. In blood we dance till morning light.
Right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice break. The party has just met up outside Lily's Bakery. A few of them have found some information out prior to this meeting. So what do you guys want to do at the moment? You all walk up, you do the awkward thing of all start to try to talk at the same time, or do the classic, and you all look at each other. Who wishes to explain some stuff first?
Well,
While
not
I'm-
me, because I've been
I'm-
kneading dough for the last 2 hours.
Anton.
While I'm over here working, he wants to make sure he collects some flowers and he offers a sincere apology for insulting the craftsman family. I turned into Arnold Schwarzenegger there for a second, but anyways, yeah, that's how he wants to start but he didn't really learn anything over the past little bit. But I'll be over here. Hi, Rachel.
I accept your flowers and your apology, and I will consider whether I will forgive you.
Okay, so anybody else want to share what they found, if anything? It's up to them.
The nice lady at the harbor said that the first body was 13 days ago and the last body was 3 days ago. And it looks like they came from somewhere up north, somewhere really close to shore, about 3 or 4 hours up north. She was really helpful. Very nice lady.
Okay, on that, so Lily and Rebecca, soon as you hear 3 or 4 hours north of Saltmarsh, you instantly look at each other and come back and go. You know that there is. It's always been called like the haunted house, the haunted manor. It's up on the top. It's on the hill, 3 or 4 hours north of Saltmarsh. Growing up in this area, it is always a place that you just know, always off limits. Even though you always try to get there, but 3 or 4 hours out of town is quite a way of a walk when you were younger. But there was always stories and history and sort of things about sort of green lights showing and sort of various things from there that kept all the kids away.
Spooky stuff.
But that's spooky stuff, and you know that is sort of 3 or 4 hours north of Saltmarsh, and it's like
Might be a coincidence, but my lucky lure points north all the time.
I
Never
get
just
it.
points north for no reason.
That's lucky.
Maybe.
no, we've got to look at
This,
it. Does it always point north, or does it always point to something? Because that could be an interesting
There's some
conversation.
glowing house back there somewhere. Every once in a while, my lure just points that way, and I flip it, and it just turns back around and points that way. Then I go back to fishing. Probably not a big deal.
Rebecca?
so this might not be connected, but Keldek has been acting strangely, I guess is the easiest way to put it. Today I caught him in kind of like a ritual act. He had what appeared to be a shark scale. He had some like clear vial, and he was chanting something from one of his books, but he was like looking through the vial in the light. I mean, magic work normally is kind of, peculiar, but this is even peculiar for uh, arcane magic of this sort. I've noticed him.
One of his books has a drawing of my lure in it.
Oh, you've met Keldek before?
Yeah, he has a shop. He always asks me about my lure, but I don't know what he wants from it. But I saw a picture of my lure in one of his books. He closed it really fast, so I didn't get to see very much.
And
He's kind of weird. I don't like hanging out with him.
he is kind of strange. How long have you had your lure?
I don't know. I don't remember ever not having it. I don't even remember
He
where
does
it
have
came from.
trouble.
I've just always had it.
So he does have trouble remembering what happened last week, but don't worry about that. He's always had the lure.
I can tell you how many fish I caught.
But what you spoke about earlier, I mean, there's usually like legend lore or spooky stories of bad things happening up that way.
Yeah, I hear drunk sailors all the time talking about strange lights they see offshore up there, but I don't know. It's none of my business. They don't affect the fishing. Might be all connected. I don't
It's
know.
true.
So you
Maybe
don't
we should go
remember where
north.
this lure, but it's currently pointing north.
I'll kind of pull it over my shoulder because it's on my fishing pole, like hanging up, and I'll spin it and like, I don't know. Is it pointing north, DM, when it stops spinning?
Yep.
Yeah. See, look, it's pointing that way again.
Oh, my dear
Kinda weird.
friend.
And I'll flick it again. It seems like it
Before-
always just does that.
Before you joined us, what way was it pointing?
It's always pointing north. It just does that. I thought maybe it was just heavy on one side, but I don't know. Maybe it's heavy on the south side, and it makes it point north.
Do you think
Which
perhaps
actually
it's a
doesn't make sense.
compass?
Oh, it's a lure. See? I'll show it to her. I won't hand it to her, but I'll show it to her.
Yeah, thank you. I would prefer not to get tetanus.
I've never caught tetanus before, but I've caught tuna, and I've caught, I'll name off a bunch of other fish.
God, how many other fish do you know? Starting with T. Come on, go for it. No.
Start with T, halibut, tilapia. Yeah, that about tasked me out.
Tuna?
Halibut, tilapia. Yeah, that's
Well,
all
dude,
kinds of fish I could think of.
Every time you do it, I'm going to pick a different letter. So, comment.
Gary's got a phone up on his fishing knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting that it consistently points north, and that certainly would be useful as a compass. I would love to see as we go north if you see that swing at all, perhaps.
Yeah, that'd be neat to watch.
I seem to recall a sailor that had an interesting device that was similar, and they could figure out what direction they wanted to go because they could mark here, and they aimed where it crossed. So perhaps we could use it like that, but let's
I
go
don't know what the
north
heck you're
first
talking
and
about,
figure
but
out that
it
is.
points that way.
That's all right, love. We'll go north and figure it out. She like breaks off like a cinnamon roll basically and hands it to him, and
Ooh,
pass it on the
thanks.
head.
And it's massive in his little hands.
You strike me as the type that. What's that? Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to get really upset when I'm not.
Are we triangulating here, Pete? Like, what are we doing?
No.
Okay.
Dead reckoning or nothing.
All right. Well, friends, I'll pack us a little bit of bread to take as we go. If anybody's got a bit of cheese or a ham hock, that's going to make a fine meal as we move north. But
Oh, yeah.
if everybody's got what they need, Bove, my friend here, and she like hands him his entire,
Yeah.
like an entire French loaf of his own.
Mm.
Well, I would say that I think we're at least provisioned for the day. Should we go north?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
don't
let's
forget about
go.
me.
She turns to Bove, hands him like a little croissant
Croissant.
for you. A croissant, sir. And then doesn't say anything else and just starts walking north.
Damn.
Like she's not going to be outright rude, but that doesn't mean that she needs to engage in conversation with you.
Yet.
Weird. Okay.
His face, son.
I'm ready to go. Let's go find these bastards.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. So as you start to leave,
I appreciate
as you start to
I
leave,
appreciate your pauses, by the way.
it's okay. As you start to leave, you're walking out of Saltmarsh. Lily and Rebecca, you start to describe an old tale that that you got to do with this house. And you start to sort of go through and talk about it. Give me 2 seconds. This is being daft. You know that it used to be called the Vanderholt Mansion. It stood empty on the cliff for about 50, 60 years. Ever ever since a terrible fire that claimed the young family's life. The story goes that some say that she's still there waiting for her lover, a smuggler or a pirate from that the family disapproved of. Since then, the locals have given the house wide berth, especially after nightfall. Stories abound of strange lights moving from window to window, and when the house should be empty, you sometimes hear like a young female voice calling out on stormy nights. And those who've attempted to salvage material from the house often suffer from mysterious accidents or sudden illnesses. Yeah, it's always been off limits. A couple of young kids about 20, 30 years ago died when they were there. Not sure what. They said that they came back all petrified, all very white and clammy, and then the following day they woke up and they were dead. So it's been completely off limits. Even though in normal sort of place, a haunted house this close to town would be like the haven for the children, for the people to go and sort of prove how brave and how strong they are and rebelling against people. To be honest, the stories of that kind of put people off. It's one of those places that it's just like, just don't go there. But you're not children anymore. You are adults. You're here to sort of fulfill and find out what is happening in this area. So the road to the house winds through rocky coastal terrain, offering a spectacular view of the sea below. Low clouds press upon you, and occasional patches of sunlight appear over the water. A stiff wind blows off the waves, carrying the briny smell of salt water. As you approach, the decrepit house sits on the highest ground in the area. Around it, the stone wall has crumbled in many places, exposing the interior grounds. Can I have some perception checks from everybody, please?
Let's see if I can roll another 4. Oh, cool. 3.
Yeah, you broke your record. You broke the streak.
Yeah.
22.
16.
Nice.
22.
18.
Nice. So anyone above 15, this is the first time you've been this close to the house, especially Lily and Rebecca. You know from the history this was a place to avoid. This house doesn't look as decrepit as you thought it would be, seeing it's not been in use for a number of years. There are some of the wooden window sills and window ledges are starting to have a bit of rot coming through there, but there is still glass in some of the windows. The shell of the house is still there. It's not as bad as you thought. However, the garden is wild, 5-6 feet high in places where the wild fauna has basically overtaken the area. There's a gravel path towards the house, and to the east, the part of the roof to the east has rotted. Garden, yeah, yard. Apparently, it's a garden here. Okay, Americans. God.
I guess I should have put that in Twitch instead of our little chat.
That's fine. On the right hand side, part of the wooden roof is rotted and it's fallen through, but that's only the main part of the house is absolutely fine. The wall stands about 6 feet tall. There's a few areas that are broken down. The garden looks like actually. Lily, could I have a nature check from you, please?
Dirty 20.
You look around and you actually, whilst overgrown, you can see that there's quite a good selection of different types of veg and different types of herbs and different that if you wanted to cultivate this back a little bit, you could probably turn this into a garden at some point, or at least harvest it. But at the moment, it's all overgrown. It's not been harvested in a year or two, so it needs quite taken back. Can I have actually with that intelligence? there's a big rose bush on the corner. Looking at it, you see that there's disturbed ground round the rose bush, as if something's been burrowing around there. Yeah, some animal of some kind.
I would like to detect magic, please.
And detect magic now, does it just do the 30 foot, 60 foot? What's...
For the duration, you sense the presence of magical effects within 30 feet of yourself.
Okay.
And I see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic.
Okay. There's two things in 30 feet that has a little bit of magic. One is a lure that you've been recently shown. That has a very, very faint magical aura. And then there's something on Rebecca that also has a faint aura as well, but you don't know what that is.
Becca.
All right, so I'm going to at least relay to the party that over by the rose bush, I can see that the ground has been disturbed, but I don't think that there's anything magical in the area of that ground, but perhaps we can go and see what was buried, see if something maybe was dug up.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I have shit stats across the board, so I'm going to eat onions. I would like to invest I will charisma this. I would like to charisma this. Got it.
I would just walk up to the door. You don't know what all the fuss is about. You're just gonna walk
And
up to
knock?
the door and be like, "Yeah, just see if it's open." Like,
I love those characters.
trying to go in and see what's going on.
We should knock.
so-
We
Hey,
should
look,
knock.
we found it. Yeah, he'll go knock on the
Hey,
door.
yeah, where you got
Hello?
him,
You love my character? One,
got-
two,
yeah.
three. Love my character once.
So
I
you've got
tried.
the main entranceway, obviously the garden's to the left-hand side. You've got Lily saying there's some disturbed ground over there. Do we want to look at it? Is anybody looking at the disturbed ground, or are they all going onto the main door? Just so I know what's happening.
It's a very
I know-
angry ground.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
Uh,
look at the disturbed ground.
Yeah, I'll look at the disturbed ground with Lily.
Okay.
All right. They
so-
go do that, then we'll go to the door. We'll split up.
Okay. So Alan,
Sorry,
Bove
we
are going
split
to
the party already,
Party,
Pete.
hell yeah.
So,
I knew it. Tim,
So
you coming
Alan
with
go-
me?
so Tim, you going to the house or
Who's
the
coming
disturbed
with
Oh,
ground?
yeah, I'll go with the nice boy.
Okay. So party
boys
We're
and
A.
girls
done with
team.
girls.
It's the girls team and the boys team. Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Becca and I go skipping off hand in hand.
He-Man Woman
Okay.
Haters Club.
So boys team, first of all. As you get up to the front door is ajar. It's a big sort of 8-foot by 4-foot door it's really solidly well made. Even though no one's been, it's in good condition. As is open jar, as you look through, you notice that this is into a dusty, dirty entrance hall. Corridors leave north, sort of east and west, and there's a staircase going up to a balcony that goes around the top. Whilst you're doing that, you're looking through there. We'll go back to the girls' party. Right, to the girls' party. Can I have some intelligence checks from you, please?
Absolutely.
You can either use investigation or or wisdom survival, your choice. Intelligence investigation or wisdom survival.
Let's do wisdom survival. Oh, 20, so 23.
Survival 18.
Okay. As you're getting closer, you notice that there looks like there's like 2 or 3 quite sort of large holes down the back of this rose bush. You reckon that it's, especially with both your survival checks, it's some type of large burrowing creature. You've seen similar in the farms where you've been, Lily, and it's been like, but these, you've seen them normally in their voles and their moles. This is quite a bit bigger than that. So you've not seen this size burrowing hole before.
Well, I'm sure not sticking my hand in there. Rebecca, do you have any, like, do you have a sword you could, like, poke in there?
I have a fine familiar.
That sounds useful.
First death, a familiar of the party.
Better than a player character.
I will have it take the form of a weasel. Weasels
Remem-
can dig, right?
Remember, read the rules on Find Familiar. How long does it take to cast Find Familiar? I will let you have a familiar already cast, but they do. I think it takes an hour.
Normally,
to
it's
cast.
like an hour to cast it.
But I will let you, because you've got the spell, to have a familiar on you. You just might not have got to select the one that was suitable for this. So, because obviously that's metagaming.
Should I just roll a like D?
Yeah, pick one. You just
a D10, and that'll
go
do
for it.
Okay. It's a spider.
Cool, that's fine. So you see Rebecca sort of from one of her sort of the pouches gets a little spider out that comes out, and you see them looking at each other intently as they are giving commands to the spider, and the spider just sort of like looks, just sort of jumps off and heads towards the hole. Now, familiar rules are different again in 5th edition 2024. You no longer what used to warg out like in like sort of like the Game of Thrones when your eyes went white and you couldn't see anything around you. That is no longer the case. You can actually see through their eyes a bit and your own eyes at the same time. So you're not as immobilized as you used to be when you could see through your familiar. So as you start to go there, you start to see your through the spider eyes. It's a bit weird. There's lots of them. You managed to get your viewing as it pops down, and it pops down the hole. Dicicles. Does an 18 hit your poor little spider?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
You said there was a garden outside?
Yes. But don't worry about that. If all you need is I'll tell you how many it is in 2 seconds. Okay. 6 points of damage. Does your spider go splat?
Yeah.
Your vision just go. You see like a clawed, furry hand sort of, arm go, and the spider is dead, and you lose access to your spider. At that point, can Rebecca and Lily have initiative, please? There's going to be, if you got, you probably haven't got them, which is going to be 3. If you got 3 medium beasts, they're all giant weasels. But have you got giant weasels, Tim?
Does Tim have giant weasels? Of course, Tim has giant weasels.
3?
Sure, he does.
3.
Well,
If not, just 3 beasts of some kind. They're medium, so they're only 5 foot by 5 foot.
okay. Well, we'll try this.
As I'm rolling initiative, Rebecca will as her familiar dies, take a step back and instinctively reach for her blade, kind of like to cue in that something's coming.
Yep, you can pull your one thing about 5th edition as well. This one, if you have your weapon stowed, you can actually pull it and attack in the same action now. So you don't. It's if you had to. It's part of the action, because otherwise it gets a bit daft. So initiative wise, so what creatures have we got on this map then, Tim? Just so I can know what they are. One's a badger, I can see.
Yeah, there's like a giant rodent. There is a weasel, but I only had one.
So there's a
There's 3.
weasel. there's a badger
And a rat.
and a rat. That's perfect. That. It just means I can. It's actually better having 3 slightly different ones for initiative to be able to work them out anyway. So, I know also how many people have that many of those beasts lying around. Look, well done. Thank you very much.
How many would have had enough rodents for this besides?
Yeah,
him?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, Lily, what did you roll for your initiative?
Unfortunately, I rolled a nat 20. I don't want
there
to go
any-
first.
Is there any pluses to that, or is that just 20?
No, just nat 20, all 20.
Okay. And Rebecca, what did you get?
A 16.
Nice. Let's see how dexterous these giant weasels are. Bloody hell. Sorry.
By the by, how much con do they have? Asking for a friend?
Why does that matter?
Well, because one of my spells is a dex save and one of them's a constitution save.
Guess what? You can find out when you cast it on them.
Thanks. Given your reaction to the dex save, I think I know which one I'm going to do.
What was
No-
that? A
no
bloody
met-
hell it's high or a bloody hell it's low?
Exactly.
Sounded like a bloody hell it's high to me, but I don't speak.
Yeah, that's what I
British,
think too.
so.
And also, no metagaming you. But with your
Wait,
history of
I
animals,
don't know which you were pointing at.
with your history of animals, you do know
See him,
that
he's pointing. He's pointing at you.
they're not undexterous. Is the honest answer. So
Filtering the double negative down to there.
exactly.
Okay.
That's why I said yeah. Lily, you are first.
Okay,
As
well, I'm
three,
gonna.
Three giant weasels launch themselves out of their hole, try and defend their home after it's being attacked by a spider.
Okay, how close are they to me?
I would say about. If you put them 10 feet back, actually 5 feet back, so they just jumped out of the hole. So there's a 5 feet gap between you and them.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna do Word of Radiance. Brimming radiance erupts in front of you in a 5-foot emanation. Each creature of your choice can see it, must succeed a Constitution saving throw, or take 1d6 of radiant damage.
So what spell is that? Is that what's it called again? Sorry?
Word of Radiance.
Ooh, it's a new one for me. Is that a cantrip or a first level?
It's a cantrip. Let's see if I can.
Nice. Okay, so they're going to do a Constitution saving throw. What's your DC?
That's my armor class? No, what is that?
No, your DC. It should be listed under your spells as a DC.
Attack save is a con 11.
That's it. So it's a con save of 11. So you got DC 11. Okay, so 2 passed and 1 failed.
Okay, so I roll 1d6. With that guy, it's a whole 1 point of damage.
Okay, if he could hold his hand up behind his thing because he could be a bit blinded, he would. But he's taken a bit of damage and he doesn't quite understand what's happening. Okay. Weasel launches itself forward to attack Lily. Does a 10 hit you, Lily?
I'm a 10, so is it a push or do I lose?
It beats it.
Beats it. Okay. I didn't think he's going to hit you then. And you take 3 points of piercing damage as the little gnashers grab hold into you.
Ick.
And at this point, you can let out a scream if you want.
Help me, Becca!
Okay, no, that is just there's 3 people that aren't paying it. They're doing some of us, you see.
Help me, Tim, Bove, and Al! Boval Tim.
Tim, what?
Boval.
I won't.
Tim's the only one that didn't get a character name.
Yeah,
I
you gotta
know,
put your
hey,
name up in your,
Antoine.
your
Dude,
thing.
you're not scoring a lot of points today.
Oh,
Oh,
Your name is not
Oh.
on your thing. Like you're not on
Accent.
Hollywood Squares.
Antoine.
oh.
We
Okay.
call him Tony.
So at that point, I'm not going to do make you roll to see it because you're not that far away. You hear a commotion outside and you hear a scream. Can I have some initiative from you three people, please?
Okay.
Can you ever?
Actually, I think for once I have a plus to my initiative for one time ever in my life.
22.
What did you... Nice.
16. I rolled. That's like the fourth 16 I've rolled this session.
11.
I like
I'm
that way
that
better
guy.
than normal.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to switch places with you, Tim. You can have my rolls, and I'll take your rolls.
I'm deflated.
What did you get, Al? What's yours? What's yours?
16.
And Tim, what did you get, mate?
11.
I think you meant Antoine.
Antoine. Sorry.
It's okay.
No, it's not. I will get names right eventually. Okay, so what we'll do at this time is we'll finish this round, and then the other ones will be able to jump out and do stuff. Okay. So, Rebecca, you're next. There's a weasel in front of you that's just attacked Lily, and there's two other weasels a little bit back. One looks like a badger and one looks like a rat, but they're weasels.
Okay. First, bonus action, I will cast Thunderous Smite. So
Ooh,
this
okay.
crackling energy will come out from the sky and like light up my blade. And if I hit with my action, it'll take an extra 2d6 thunder damage.
Who are you attacking? The one that's attacking Lily or one of the other ones?
One that's attacking Lily.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does a 13 hit?
As you swing, you come down. Just as you think you're going to miss it, the giant weasel seems to have got slightly distracted by your blade that's got sort of lightning all over it as it's there, and it looks up at you just at the wrong moment as you smack and hit it square in the head. You know what animals do in that classic, like, and
It's 2d6 plus blade damage, which is a d8.
That's so much.
18 points of damage. 7 of that is thunder.
okay.
And
This weasel
18.
literally just gets like eviscerated.
Weasel pace.
It's just pink mist
Yeah.
everywhere.
Once again, 2024 rules have created a two-person party.
I mean, we are.
I was gonna free action push it 5 feet, but if it just disintegrated.
That amount of damage, it's dead. It's jam. There's nothing else left.
Okay, I'll kind of like step in the way and like hold my shield up, so like I'm a barrier between the creatures and then Lily.
Okay, so
And
Lily is feeling some very funny feelings towards Rebecca right now.
the two weasels now see what's happened, and you see if their eyes could just go red as if they've just got really upset by someone killing their mum. That's what's happened.
Oh,
Oh, we're the bad guys. Shoot.
Yep.
On Mother's Day, Peter. Damn you.
Oh no!
It's not Mother's Day in the UK. I don't know these dates. There's different dates, you see. Maybe it's
you
different.
know that I mentioned that in chat before. Don't you start with me.
Okay, does a 17 and a 13 hit you?
Lily
Yeah.
or me?
No, Rebecca.
They both miss Rebecca. 18.
Hey, as you
incorrect
bounce
on-
off the shield and the armor, ching ching, as these two little rodents avoid. Back to the top of the round now. Bove, you're up. You've heard some screams outside. You've heard this sound that looks like a ka-ching. You have no idea what the hell
Yeah.
that was.
I'm gonna go run towards it, and or not run, but move towards it. So 30 feet is what I got. But yeah,
As you open it, you look out the door, you come out, you see two giant, they look like dog-sized weasels that are trying to attack Rebecca, but they're being fended off by her armor and shield at the moment.
all right, I'll go join the fray. Yes, and as I run up, like wipe my face, and then run up and attack.
Go for
The
it.
first
You guys
one
wanna
here's for
step
me.
back away from the weasels that are just in the fucking ground, and maybe they'll leave you alone.
No,
You can say that when it's your 6 seconds turn if they're still alive.
so all right, let me go attack. Put on my gauntlet and hit for a 16.
That hits.
All right. 1 second. For 5 with my gauntlet fist. Hit it for
Nice.
5 and knock it 5 feet back.
Ooh, an unarmed
Oh,
strike.
sorry, knock it 10 feet back.
It's the weapon mastery of the.
But mastery of the Warhammer. But it's like a modified Warhammer. It's really just a big, huge gauntlet, bigger than my head, that I've modified to fist. So giant
Like
fist.
the dude from Arcane. I love it.
Also,
Boom.
Or the
One
lady.
thing- One thing to cover as well. We have always done this. I actually feel that obviously as the community, I think D&D 24 has stolen a load of our ideas that we all use, not just us, but the community in general. For instance, now it actually tells you to describe that when the creature goes down to below half hit points, describe it in a way that you can see that they're bloodied, which we've done
They've done it all
forever
the time.
anyway. But that wasn't in 2014 rules. That's just something the community did. Now it's actually in the rules. So with that smack, you see the weasel fly back, and you see sort of blood start oozing out of its body as you. I think you broke a rib or two just by punching it.
Nice. All right, feeling good about it.
Lily, there's in front of you, Rebecca's got one weasel next to her, and the weasel's like 10 feet back against the wall.
All right, I'm gonna come up to the one that Rebecca is next to, and I'm gonna swing at it with a sickle. Because of course a farm girl has a sickle.
And why not? That's such stereotypical. That's such.
13?
Yep, 13 hits as you connect. So this is against the rat
4
looking
points
one.
of damage.
4 points damage. Not quite bloodied. If you guys can work out the maths on that, you're better than I am.
By the way, I got a new dice tower finally, so
Ooh, pretty.
I'm liking it.
Anything else you're doing, Lily?
Wait, is that all I have? 1 second. I think that's it.
Okay, Rebecca.
So I'm going to have Rebecca pivot on 1 foot, kind of still 5 feet next to the weasel that's getting beat up.
Yep, you're still next to the weasel, yep.
But she'll sheath her blade and reach from behind her and crackle out her whip and try and hit the other creature that's further back.
Just how much reach has your whip got? Because it's 10 feet away from you at the moment, that other one, because it's been punched 10 feet away.
It is 10 feet reach.
Okay, yeah, you find that, so you can hit that one.
Does a 10 hit?
10 does not hit.
Level 1.
Okay, Al, is there anything else you want to do, Rebecca, first before I say anything?
No, that's all.
Okay, Al.
Al's not convinced that these weasels are the ones killing people, throwing them in the water.
Agreed.
Oh, he's not going to attack them. I'm just gonna hold an action. Actually, I'm gonna bardically inspire somebody. I'm gonna yell at Bove and be like, "You're doing good, big guy." Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. That's
Nice.
a bonus action, right?
What does that give me then? A bonus?
That gives you. Let me read it. A bonus.
Did it change?
You get a bardic inspiration die, which is a D6. You can use it within the next hour. If you fail a DC 20 test, you can roll a bardic inspiration and add the number rolled to the total, potentially turning your failure into a success. So I guess it does kind of change it, because before you had to roll it before you knew if you passed or failed. Now you just roll it if you fail. So
Nice.
there's that.
Wow. Strong, much stronger.
Yeah,
Got a
there's
buff.
a few things. There's a few things that they've changed slightly differently.
Yeah, nice. Thanks. That's really good.
Anything else you do now?
Nope.
Okay. So the badger that is against the wall now looks up at the fiasco that's causing, and you see him just look at a hole and dive down the hole and start burrowing away. So the badger is made an escape into the ground to avoid these people that were hurting him. Anton, you're up. There is a rat one left that looks nearly bloodied.
I'm inside.
Yeah, you see you hear the commotion, so you can go out and see if you want.
No, I'm just gonna walk around the corner and see what else is in there.
Okay.
I was kind of in the doorway. Like he heard the commotion, looked out, encouraged
Yeah.
the big dude, and then
Yeah, just walk in and see what I see.
Okay, from where
Good
you
luck,
are,
Good luck with the weasels.
where you are, you basically see 10 feet up there's a set of stairs in the west that head up, and there's like a balcony around the top. And where you are, there's a. Let's look at them up. Yep. So where you are, there is to the left of you, facing that way, is the main foyer with the stairs you can see in front of you. To the right hand side, it just seems to be like an area where they hang coats and outerwear type stuff. It looks like it's nothing really much there apart from that entranceway. Do you want to go into that room?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk in wherever I can go. That seems like where normal people would be. I wouldn't go to the coat racks, but I go into the,
Yep,
the
so
main room if I
You
can.
turn left, go into that main room.
Yeah.
And you just see that where those stairs you see right in front of you, they go up and there's like a walkway all the way on the top of this room. And you can see that there's another floor up there, but that's about as far as you can get this turn.
Hello. Safety.
Okay. You don't hear no response to your calls. Okay. The rat now, seeing his friend run away, he looks up at Rebecca and just makes a run for it and down the hole. He's not disengaging, so you are allowed to hit him if you want.
Do they look like they're fleeing? Like
Oh,
running?
they're getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure, let them go.
let him go. I'm not gonna do anything. All right.
And we end our first combat, and no one's
Good
died.
job.
But your familiar died. I'm sorry. Oh.
Hi, spider.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna head back to the house.
Kind of digging that you can see the map on Twitch now. That's pretty sweet.
Oh
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
having
Big
Skylar
on
adjusted
issues
it.
Zoom before. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, it's a
That's
new
cool.
thing. Yeah, it's really good. Okay, so as you're in the main. Actually, the fightings are stopped. Are the rest of you going in the house now to see Anton, or are you licking your wounds outside? What's your choice?
Does Lily look injured?
Yeah, she took a good knocking around there. But I've got that's not a cantrip. Never mind. If you got a little something you can give me, I would take it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just have 5 points of lay on hands, so
Yeah, I need 3 would get me there.
okay. She'll pump 3 lay on hands into Lily to get her healed back up.
Thank you.
You feel a warmth. You recognise healing, but you feel that the wound closes up, and luckily that you look down and you can't see any of there's no sort of scarring or anything like that. It's the joys of wonderful magical healing. So, Anton, you are in the main foyer at the moment, looking around. You've got the where am I? Yep. There's to your left hand side there is there's an overturned table that looks like it was once an area where people used to eat. And it looks like this is a dining table that this is at one time this long table in the center of this room. It's now broken on the floor. A broken chair sits against the wall between the windows, and there's a heap of broken dishes in the northwest corner.
Looks abandoned to me.
And at this point, when you're looking there, the rest of the party come up behind you.
Spooky.
Hooky? What's hooky?
Spooky.
Oh,
So I would, I guess, just wander around and see what there is to see.
Yeah. I go this way, you go that way. Hello. Nefarious people.
so do you want to?
Can I
If we
cast
say
clue?
Is it daytime?
it's daytime, yep. And what was that, Lily?
Can I cast clue? When you cast the
Clue?
spell, all footprints and fingerprints within a 30-foot emanation originating from you become highlighted and a faint glow faintly for the duration. You can cast the spell, choose any point of time up to 10 days ago. Only the footprints and fingerprints left in that period of time are present. Each creature that leaves a footprint or fingerprint is assigned a unique color but are not otherwise identified. Any creature that moves or touches objects within the emanation will also leave colorful footprints and fingerprints, which might reveal invisible creatures. And it's
Very
good for
pretty.
10 minutes.
And are you casting that as a spell slot, or are you doing it as a ritual?
That's going to be a spell slot.
Okay. So you sit there, you start to concentrate, you start to cast this spell. You start to see a few stray. You recognize that. Let me just see. So going into the room where you are, where on the map is, we've got the table. There's a room to the right there. You spot little dots that you know would be very similar to what a spider would make in terms of footprints. And they look, they're a little bit bigger than normal spiders, but they're not giant spiders. They're still quite small.
Tarantula size, maybe.
Tarantula-sized spiders. And you also notice going into the room to the like the room behind the stairs, you're noticing slithery marks as if snakes have gone that way.
Well, we do love snakes.
And going back, how many days is it? 45 days?
It can go back to 10 days.
10 days. Okay, yep, 10 days. You do spot two humanoid footprints that have come through the front door, walked around, and then gone past the table that's fallen over and gone right into the room with the spider, where the spiders were.
Okay. I relay all that information to the party, indicating that there's two different colors for the footprints, as well as spiders and snakes. Spiders and snakes in an abandoned house, nothing weird, but the fact that they kind of like button hook right straight into that other room. Perhaps we should go look at that.
I'll just start walking that direction.
I love Al. This is going to be fun.
So as you go past the dining room, there's a door on your right hand side. Okay, just got to see where I am on here. Okay, as you open up the door into this area, this is a living area. It's got a small fireplace. In the north, there is a small patio. Other than a pile of refuse in the south corner, the room is bare. However, with the footprints that you are able to see from your spell, you notice that the footprints go over into a corner and disappear.
Like just completely like right into the corner.
Yep, and they sort of seem to about 2 foot away from the corner, just disappear. Footprints gone. Because it only shows you footprints, doesn't it?
And fingerprints.
Fingerprints.
So if there was a hand on anything,
you
anybody
see
pushed like, the secret candlestick.
Yeah, 2 little handprints on the ground.
Oh, on the ground. Interesting. Okay. Again, I relay that to the team and basically indicate, hey, like whoever it was walked over here. It looks like they went through something on the wall, and with the handprints on the ground, I'm gonna guess that this is some sort of like secret door. Does anybody have the ability to check for traps?
I'll be like, I'll
I mean,
check,
good
and I'll go over there and start looking around, see if I see any traps.
Give me an investigation check.
I would love to.
I'll help.
I can detect magic.
Investigation is a +0, so that is a
Detect magic if
10.
you want.
Yeah.
You can detect magic if
13.
you want. So you got 10, you got 13, and you can cast detect magic.
Sure.
How far is detect magic valid for?
30 feet.
Can you give me 2 seconds?
You sense such effects, you can take the magic action to take a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears the magic, and if an effect was created by a spell, you learn the spell's School of Magic.
So it's any visible thing you can see.
Yep, the spell is blocked by 1 foot of stone, dirt, or wood, so I can only just
Okay, cool. That's fine. That's what I'm making sure of. So you cast it there. Nothing. You got a little bit from Al and a little bit from Rebecca, but nothing else comes from there. With your 13 and 10, you're like, I can see where the hands were, but you can't see how to get down there at the moment.
That
Maybe
was
they
a
were
good
doing
detect-
push-ups over here.
That was a good detect magic. I'll just walk over to where the feet, are they over here? And just start jumping
I, like,
around and
point.
pushing things.
Yeah.
I point and I push to I show exactly where the handprint is and the footprints.
Okay, give me investigation check, Al. No, not Al. Sorry, Anton.
Oh boy.
14.
Nice.
Cat doors.
With a 14, you're looking there. You're looking roughly where these guys were, and you're moving your hands. You're doing stuff, and then suddenly you hear like a, and as the it just drops away, and you see a ladder.
Sacre bleu! This looks like a mission for Bove.
All right. So it has locks on it.
As you
Oh,
sort of
it's
look over
open.
it's open, and there's a ladder that goes down, and you see it's dark down there, but it's like 20 feet. You reckon it drops down. The light from where you are can go down, but there's no light down there.
Anyone have a torch?
I'm becoming to realize that my character is largely useless.
I'm looking in my inventory.
I don't have thunderous smites and
Oh, I have one. I have one. I have a torch. I have a few of them actually.
Ooh, I have a
I'm
lantern.
gonna get one, and I'm gonna light one. I'm gonna light a torch, and I'm gonna drop the torch down the hole.
ooh, very smart. Like
I don't know if it's
Indiana
smart,
Jones.
but yeah, just like
Oh, please let it land on a pile of snakes a la Indiana Jones and snakes. I hate snakes because we've
I
already
wanna
seen the
do that.
body line.
Yep, I want to do it. Drop the torch.
Your call is important. Please wait.
Hello.
It's okay. I didn't. If it wasn't for that spell, I wouldn't have expected you to have done this straight away. See?
Nice.
Spells, they're suck. They suck, don't they?
Wait. Are you saying my wizard caused you trouble last campaign?
No. Okay. So as you drop it down there, it lands.
In a pool of
Pile of
petroleum.
snakes.
It lands in, as you look down. It opens up. You can see a little bit around you. There is a snake in the corner, but it's not lots of them. There's one.
Oh.
And down there, you do spot. Behind that, there you actually do spot a roll mat that's been used, like a bedroll type thing, but no one's in the bedroll.
All right. Can I go? Want me to climb down then, so I can see the bottom? Climb down. Investigate further.
Okay, good luck. Bon chance.
Okay. Can I have a wisdom saving throw from you both, please?
All right. Has it been an hour later? Are we still within an hour? Right.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
combat?
still.
I got
You're
an
still-
11. I got an 11. I'm sorry. Wisdom saving throw. Yes, an 11.
Okay, so you're gonna use your. You could. No, you can. You've still got You still got that.
Bardic inspiration. Okay. Reroll.
But he doesn't have to use it unless he knows that he failed.
Did I
You have
fail?
failed. You
Oh,
have
11?
failed.
Okay,
You
that's
have
what I
failed.
figured. All right, I got a 14.
Okay, cool. As you're going down there, a large, scary voice goes, "Ah, welcome, fools! Welcome to your deaths!"
He sounds nice.
There's some type of sound box
With
down
you.
here.
With
Oh.
you hear that, and you were momentarily a little bit shaken, but you managed to shrug it off. The rest of you that are upstairs, you can hear this voice boom out. Can I have a wisdom saving throw from all you guys as well, please? You guys have advantage though, because you're not right next to it. So
24.
Dirty 20.
11. And we all know that fails because you already told
Yep.
us.
Yep. Anton?
Dirty 20. Vaunt.
Nice. Okay. Okay. Al, you are actually frightened.
Ooh, wait. I have something about frightened. Oh, I have advantage. Damn it. I already used that.
It is okay, little Al.
You're like,
I will use my turn to hug
start
him.
shaking a little bit in the corner. Bove, as you land, you get down at the bottom. Let's just do this a slightly different way a minute, because you've done that there, right. Same map as you've got. Same map as you've got. Let me just get a couple of things. You see that the little building to the south of the screen, the little room that looks like a U.
Yep.
If you get rid of those four walls there, just have it as a big room down there.
Okay.
And where
This one?
yeah, get rid of that. Get rid of those little that bit there. Yep. And where the chamber is with the where the yeah, that's it. Where the opening is to the north there, north a bit more there. Close that off in line with the rest of the room, the rest of the wall. That's it. Perfect. Now you can do that. It's the bigger room. That's it. Just get rid of that separation. That's it. Perfect.
There's a dude.
There's the Bove.
Go get him, Bove. Oh
Okay.
boy.
Okay, could I need three
Oh,
humanoid
scavenger.
creatures.
3 humanoid creatures.
So 3 bandits.
So, oh, I got those. You said there was a bedroll? Look at that. Yoink.
Nice.
Also, the other thing to bear in mind on this, guys, as well, is just because you know what the monsters are. It's me. You know me. I like to change them anyway. But the 2024 rules, they have modified an awful lot of creatures. So don't go, oh, I know what they're like. Bandits are a bad example, but there's quite a lot of things that they've changed. So just to
So
at level 1, that's mean.
That's suicidal.
so Bove sees them, and he
Yeah,
he
yeah, that's good.
he puts the remember the ash that I said, this ash hole. He
Yep.
puts his hands in his ash hole, takes out some ash, and he rubs his face like he did earlier when he fought the things, and puts some ash on his face, and he says, "I'll take on all of you." And he
And at
puts
that
his
point,
hand in his glove.
At that point, as you hit the floor, first of all, as you get down, sorry, not hit the floor, as you go down,
Before that happens, how far away is Al from Bove? Are they?
you're at the top, so 20 feet away.
Okay.
He's gone down. He's gone down 20 feet because you're all around the top of the.
He went down before we heard the voice.
Yeah, he went down as the voice went off. That was the.
Okay. Okay.
Basically, there was a magical trap halfway down the ladder that if somebody goes in there, it detects and does an alarm.
Okay.
So as you get to the bottom, both 3 daggers fly your way.
Okay.
However, 2 of them are completely inaccurate and are useless.
Thank you.
And one isn't. One rolls 19.
Oh wow, yeah, it got me.
And you take 3 points of damage as a dagger hits you in one of your shoulders.
Ow.
And at this point, we'll have some initiative, please.
14.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll call out in a minute what they are for, so otherwise I
Sorry.
won't be able to get them in the right order. So, did anybody get above 20? Oh, okay. Anybody above 15?
Got dirty 20.
Nice. What'd you get, Anton?
8, 9. Initiative?
Okay, cool.
9.
So you're way under. That's fine. That's just making sure you weren't at the top. So, anybody above 11? What did you get, both?
14.
That's
That's above 11.
14. Yeah, above 11. Right, I thought I said it earlier.
Yeah, but I was asking the order because I was getting it wrong.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So Anton, okay, above 6. I know Anton got 9.
Ooh, 8. Yes.
What'd you get, Lily?
I got a 2.
Well done, Lily. Okay, so bear in mind this is as a just an example here. You are 20 feet up a ladder away from him. You are able to, if you really want to, jump down. For every 10 feet you fall, you take 1d6 damage. Right. I would recommend at this level, please don't do that, even how heroic it is. And I'm looking at you, Dark. I know what Rebecca's like. Sorry, I know what the player's like. I don't know what Rebecca might not be as. So I will class, because it's a ladder there, I will class it as part of your movement speed. It's not a separate climb speed because it's not something that you have to find handholds. It is an actual ladder. So you are able to get down in with 20 feet of your movement. You're at the top. So it is your go first, Rebecca. You look down, you see 2 daggers fly past and clink on the floor behind Bove, and one sink into his shoulder.
Okay. She'll, I guess, put her shield on the back of her so that if they try and throw daggers, they'll maybe hit that, and then go down the ladder. But as soon as her feet touch the ground, she'll move up, ready to take on whoever's throwing knives out here.
Okay, so if you want to put, if you look at the screen, Rebecca, you get down next to Bove, and 15, 20 feet in front of you are 3 rough-looking bandit types.
Do I still have 10 feet of movement?
Yes.
Okay, she'll use the last 10 to move forward. And if she can see with the torchlight, she'll just hit one of them with her whip, maybe, with the 10-foot reach. Okay. Uh, 21 to hit.
That hits. Just so for my reference, what we got there, we've got bandit. He's got red trousers, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, you can't hardly tell because the glare. Let me hang on.
One's
hang
got
on,
red trousers, and then one's.
There we go. One's got red trousers.
Yeah.
One's in brown, and then there's one to the south, I guess, too. Sorry, the exposure was so high, it drowned one of them out.
Okay, what I'm going to call it is the one to the north's got the brown color, and the one on the south's more black. Okay.
Yeah, black hair. Yep, it's a woman with
Perfect.
black hair.
Okay. So you, if you want to put Rebecca down, she's gone down the stairs and she's gone 10 feet towards the one. She's a 5-foot gap between that and the one in the black.
And then it's 6 points of damage, and the whip has a slow feature that reduces a target you hit by 10 feet of speed until the start of her next turn, or
Nice.
Rebecca's next turn. So the
Okay,
one
so-
that she attacked is 10 feet less of movement.
And that's the 6 damage.
Yes, and if someone else has a slow, it doesn't stack.
So you, with the whip, you hit her around one of the legs, and you smack her. You see the whip hit into her leg, and actually starts to sort of bleed quite profusely. I.e., she's bloodied.
I'm just like barely hitting people. Not the weasel. That one got demolished. But
What do you mean you barely hit people? You did 20 odd damage to a poor little weasel.
that's all she wrote for Rebecca this turn.
Okay. The one with the red trousers, Tim, runs towards Rebecca and tries to hit them with a scimitar. And a 15 as it bounces off your armor. Bove, you're up.
All right, I move up to the red one that's fighting Becky.
Yep.
Punch. And do my punch. Bove punch.
You got this, Becky.
16
That hits.
for 8 damage.
Okay, nice. Again, that's bloodied as well. Anything else you're doing with that?
Knocked her back.
Okay,
10
just
feet.
bear in mind, just so you know, this is just for viewers as well as
Has to do a
players here.
Constitution save.
Constitution save?
Yep. Has to do. Wait a second.
18.
No, actually, 1 second.
I don't think it does anymore.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. My fault.
No, but the one thing to bear in mind, because this has come up in another game that I'm playing, attacks of opportunity only happen when it's that person's moved on their own, not forced movement. So what you find is you've gone up, punched him, and he's moved 10 feet back. You can't have an attack of opportunity against him as he flies back. Not that you're going to, just to give you a heads up of people have asked that question, and it was just like, no, it's not. Forced movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
Yeah.
Nice. He's looking pretty hurt with that punch. All right, the guy in the brown now. So the Tim, the red guy is 10 feet back now, away from these guys. As he's
Pretend. Is that up and down?
Perfect. The brown guy now backs off to behind the red guy and throws a dagger at both. And does a 16 hit you both?
Nope.
As it bounces off your
Goes
shield.
off my shield.
Okay. The black one now also backs away next to the brown guy. And you hear him going, "The bloody aren't these guys! Give them a rest!" As he throws a dagger. Again, bounces off your your armor both.
All right.
Anton.
Okay. Can I do a slide down the ladder?
Yeah, it's still 20-foot movement, but yes, you can do that if you want.
Oh yeah, but I want to be very theatric about it. And then I would like to use I haven't done this before. Hey, Al, don't you be afraid up there, little buddy. You be not afraid soon. I'm gonna sorceress burst these guys. And then the big fat one with the red trousers, I'd like to bonus action, use my innate sorcery that is really broken, so that nobody has accountability in Dungeons and Dragons. I'd like to have that. And I would like to get advantage on this attack.
Go for it.
That's going to be a 22 to hit. Skittish.
That hits.
And I'm going to choose lightning zoink on this guy. I mean, like crackapoo. And if I roll an 8,
You get to roll again.
I didn't know, but I did 1 damage. So basically,
There
I
you
stuck
go.
my sacks on the ground and I snapped him one.
Yeah,
Hey,
if
take
he's-
that! Al,
you see
Al, from down here, we got him. I'm just trying
Al.
to encourage my buddy who's scared upstairs. He's like a little
Very
kid,
silly.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Al, it's your turn. You're a little bit scared. Just so people know, because it's obviously each of these abilities, they've changed slightly. This one hasn't. However, what this means is, as you're frightened, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. The problem you have is, whilst the source of fear is in line of sight with you, you don't actually know where this came from. You just know it as somewhere on the ladder.
Mhm.
So basically anywhere around the ladder that you can see, you are a little bit scared. And the unfortunate characteristic of this is the creature cannot willingly move closer to the source of its fear. So that ladder, you're like, nope, not going anywhere near that ladder. That is a big fat nope from me.
See you ladder. Ha!
Yeah, so I'm scared of the dark. The only person that's still up here with me is the mean lady, right, Lily?
The mean lady.
Mean lady. What was I mean to you?
You weren't mean to me. You were mean to that guy that talks funny.
Holy guacamole, we got a huge
He was
array
mean to
from
my friends,
Gary.
and then he hit on me unwantedly.
So I will tap the mean lady on the calf, because that's about as high as I can reach. And I say, go get a mean lady, and that's gonna be me casting heroism on the mean lady.
What does heroism give me?
And heroism, a willing creature I touch is imbued with bravery. Until the spell ends, the creature is immune to frightened condition and gains temporary hit points equal to my spellcasting modifier at the start of each turn. And it does that.
Can I just rewind that one thing? Al, you do realize what you could have done with that spell?
I don't think I can cast it on myself. It doesn't say.
Yes, you
it says
can.
Willing creature.
You can be a willing creature.
Well, I don't think
Your
Al can
choice.
cast it on himself. I'm gonna
Okay, I'm
cast
just
it on
saying-
the mean lady.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh.
Because Al can't see in the dark anyways. So
It is
he's like,
just
"Go,
our
mean
culture.
lady."
We are very flirty.
So you get +4 temp HP at the beginning of each turn,
Okay, temp
and
HP.
you're immune to being frightened.
Nice. And mean lady, it's your go.
Well, now she's gonna go cry in a corner because I got called mean for defending myself and my friend.
Your NPC friends?
Hey, friends are friends, man.
You're the one up there killing weasels that are living in a damn hole up there. Fudge. Sacre bleu.
All right, I guess I go
Yeah.
downstairs and am I like how close am I once I get down the stairs?
You got 10 feet of movement left, and you're basically just by you land roughly where Bove is at the moment. So actually you're
Sorry,
5 foot,
reading real
but
quick.
you come down just behind Bove. So there you go, you're there.
So I guess the question is, do I have an action left?
You have 10 feet of movement and an action left.
Okay.
And a bonus action if you want.
Do I have a bonus action? Oh yeah, I guess I do now. I'm going to Sacred Flame the guy.
Okay, and Sacred Flame for the thing. Is this does it do a dexterity save, isn't it?
This is the Dex save, Dex 13 on any creature that I can see within range.
Which one are you casting it on?
I'm gonna guess probably the one in front of Bove.
So the one with the red trousers on.
Yeah, red pants there.
He failed miserably.
Okay, then I'm gonna do 1d8 of radiant damage. Six.
Okay, so how do you want to do this?
Oh, nice. See, flame-like radiance descends on a creature that you can see within range. So, she comes down. She's got kind of like mad face a little bit because she just got called mean, and she looks at Red Pants and she goes, "I'm not mean," and all of a sudden he just like explodes in a cloud of sparkles.
And says, "Yes, you are."
She comes out with
Not
a
mean.
mean
destroys
face.
a mofo.
I mean,
I'm not mean. I've just completely obliterated this guy in one go. No, you're not about. I
Show
am
you how
the
I'm
mean
a
I
pretty,
am.
pretty flower.
like radiant damage, like takes off his flesh and like
yeah.
his eyes pop
Blade
from the
before
heat.
his skin just fizzles.
Bye, Dragro here. Enjoy your dinners.
I'm just trying to find so Rebecca, you are up next, by the way. So what do you want to do?
So seeing that happen, Rebecca will move closer and look at the other two and say, unless you want to be like your friend here, perhaps you can give us some answers rather than attack us in the dark.
Oh, ooh.
I'm not much good at talking to dead people.
Okay.
Cold. I like it.
So what skill do you want to use for that? Because there's one. Okay, another little thing now about fifth edition, the new edition. There is now an action in combat that you can use for your various skills, whereas before it wasn't actually a thing. All the intimidations, all those sort of things, never you used to use them, and it was done in a free flow way. Now there actually is an action to use those influence type action.
Right.
So it does mean it's your action, which is always used to be, because otherwise it gets messy as hell because you can't do all these things. But you can use it as an action now in combat. So it means you can have your intimidations, your persuasions, your those sort of things, as long as you can do it roughly in a 6 seconds thing. There's actually a proper rule now rather than the one that we all made up.
If possible, she'll try and influence persuasively.
Okay, so bear in mind that there are rules for this now, which I need to look up because this is a slightly different now, which is it's a good use of these sort of things. So okay, so influence. So this is to bear in mind that you've got to there's a number of checks that they can do. They're not, i.e. there's certain things, and this is the best thing about they've done this now in the rules, whereas before you'd always get that party member that goes, I've rolled a 30 on my persuasion check, that creature's got to do something. They've now said, actually, if you're in a life or death situation and they literally hate you, there's no amount of checks will make them stop. These guys, though, aren't like that. They're normal bandits. They're doing stuff. So there is a chance you can do this, but it's a certain DC. So roll.
I'm seeing the word monster and creature, which I know in 2014 those are different things. What's the deal here?
Just leave it as the same. It's not worth the
It's
hassle of
interchangeable
changing
here.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
As long as the creature can understand, the way I look at this on this is, as long as the creature / monster can you can understand them, because you're not, if you're talking to a creature that doesn't understand common, persuasion and that's not going to make any fucking difference
Right.
at all. They don't know. But these are humans. You're talking in common. They're going to understand. So roll a persuasion check of, you're basically saying, put down your weapon, stop fighting type thing. We want to see what's happening. So roll a persuasion check.
21.
Okay, you see. So who are you aiming this at first of all? Because obviously there's two left.
Since I attacked the lady and she saw that I hit her, and knows that I have the intent to continue that, she'll kind of aim it in her direction.
Okay, you see her hesitantly sort of look around, and you see her actually drop her scimitar.
You have chosen wise.
So that's just to make sure we get the right name on this one. So that's the one in the black coat to the south of the screen, black hair. Sorry, she has dropped her weapon. So I'll mark that on
Break
my
that off,
note.
Tim.
Yeah, if you could just snap the sword and put it on the floor. Okay, she's looking. Actually, can a free insight check from anyone in the room, please?
I'll just be up here fucking myself.
Damn.
17.
3.
Okay, 3 of you see diddly, because you see diddly. Lily, you are noticing that he's dropped his weapon, but he's looking past you guys down the corridor past the stairs.
Ah, that corridor behind us? Fudge.
Yeah.
I
you
am
don't
going
see it.
to.
Lily does.
I
the
am going
influence
to
isn't
let
an
my
action.
companions know that.
Was that sorry?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Influence is not an action. It's just a thing that you can do. So she still has an action. Is that correct?
I think it's an actual action now.
Oh yeah, it's actions in combat.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm
It's a-
a
that-
big
that-
dumb.
No. It's
Yep.
because in the previous edition they never actually allowed you to use skills in combat. So
Right.
it was a thing as well. So Lily,
Hey,
you've
so-
seen that.
Question, Pete. How much time? Like, I wasn't counting how many rounds. So how much time has elapsed?
This is round 2 of this combat.
So 20 seconds plus some time to get
No.
down the stairs.
No, it's 6-second rounds.
So
it's only like 10,
12
15
seconds
seconds.
plus. Okay, so my my clue is still up.
Is it a
Because it's a
concentration spell?
time-
Just to know.
I don't think so. Hold on.
I don't know either. So
It doesn't say anything about being
It
concentration.
would have if you go through spell list like D&D Beyond, have a C next to it, like a C or an R or a.
It's a ritual, so.
Ooh,
Clue is
So
that it doesn't
no?
have concentration.
yeah, I don't
Oh,
know. Are rituals
fine.
concentration? No.
No, it's not
I
concentration.
don't know. Depends on the spell.
Judge's ruling.
Rules is written. It's just
Yeah,
it's a
then
ritual.
if I yeah, you are seeing footprints all over here in multiple colors.
Okay, do any of them lead in the, like, behind us in the direction
Yes.
this guy is staring?
Yes.
And none of them match the footprints of any of my compatriots?
No.
Hey guys, there's somebody down this hallway we probably want to go take care of. Subdue
I am
this one
very
and go get
close
that.
to initiative. I shall step around the corner and sorceress burst that fool. Nice
Cool.
lady. I look at it. Oh, nope. Back to mean.
I didn't say anything.
It is where you say cool. Is it cool?
And Anton, it is actually your turn.
I very reluctantly turn around the corner. Once again. I'll step around the corner and see what the heck this is.
Okay, as you
Bro's
look down
staring
there,
at.
as you look down the corridor, there is a door on the right hand side. So the middle block is actually a door going into that room.
Okay. I bet. Oh, can I jiggle the handle and open the port?
Of course you can.
Wheel?
Of course you can.
Click.
Okay, so you run off down the corridor and open the door.
Wait.
Need a description, 2 secs. So, unlike the rest of the room, this small room holds comfortable furnishings and appears to be well cared for. A comfortable looking bed in the northeast corner has a wooden locker at the floor. It looks really well together, whereas the other room is just full up with like bedrolls and stuff. As you get in, there is a small table, and behind the table there is a humanoid. As you come in, he casts a spell on you.
Because you're mine.
Well played.
What kind of dude is he?
A spellcaster.
Oh.
I thought that. Sorry.
Oh, the voice of God just spoke to us.
Just, ah. Tim, you see this guy move his hands around, and 3 little balls of fire come out, and he aims towards you, and 3 bolts of fire go in your direction.
Sweet.
You recognize the spell because you're a spellcaster as Scorching Ray. Roll some dice.
I only have 8 hit points. You have enough dice to kill me already.
No, these are to hit dice. These are not damage dice.
I hope you can roll higher than a 5.
Okay. Does a 10 hit you?
Ooh, yoink!
Does a 9? Does a 9 hit you?
Yeah.
Does a 19 hit you?
Yo!
You avoid 2 of them. 2 of them. The other one hits you straight in the chest.
Fudge.
As I roll some more dice now.
That sounds like enough.
7 points of damage.
Sweet. Well, I'm pretty verily alive.
You do have an action. You do have an action left though.
Fantastic. I would like to. I think because I just got blasted, my character would just go back to the very first thing that he just did. So he'll use his cantrip for sorceress. I'm sorry, for was it sorcerer's burst? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god. I love Dungeons and Dragons. That's an 8. So
How long
With
do you have advantage?
you have advantage. Remember, you
I
still have
did. I did roll advantage. That was awesome. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Roll
as
a
you
4 and a 3.
you chuck your ball of lightning. It comes and it basically he steps in here and he looks back at you and just smiles. Are you
Found
staying where
bad
you
guy,
are?
though. There's another bad guy in here. He's real spicy.
Are you staying there in the doorway?
Then I'll step back, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. I will use the rest of my turns to take a walk and just I'm dying. Ouch. Albacore! Don't come down, little sweet boy.
Al, and it's your turn.
Don't do it.
Al hears all the yelling and screaming. He's gonna hold on to his lucky lure and kind of slap himself like, "Come on, it's not that scared down there. It's not that dark down there. Could be in a baby." And then cast heroism on himself.
Aww.
Can't go down there.
You overcome your fear, and you get down to the bottom. Also, one little thing as well, just to bear in mind: halflings now move 30 feet around. They don't move 25. They now move 30 feet around.
Right.
Sweet Albacore, going without me.
Do you want my I know we're nearly time, but my comical thing about that they've made all the short races now move 30 because apparently it was not right that they had different speeds. But then they've made Goliaths move 35 because they're taller. So it's like, hang on a minute. You can't.
Yep. Classic.
It's like, I give up. I literally, it's like, I can see why they were trying to make it all medium creatures moved 30 type thing is for player characters, but why did you then change it on that one? Here, Al, so you get to the bottom of the ladder. You see what's been happening out before you. So you see, obviously, there's two creatures, one dead, one dropped his weapon, and you just see around the corner. You can just about see Antoine.
What about it?
With this looking quite hurt.
He's all smoldering.
He's smoldering, yeah.
But not in the type of way when I'm, speaking with the bread lady. I'm smoldering like literally.
I will cast Bardic Inspiration, and I'll say, "Come on, strange talky dude, you're okay." And cast.
It is literally how we talk.
So we got strange talky dude and mean lady. What's the other three? What's the other two called?
We got big guy. I've been calling him big guy, and then pretty lady, but I haven't interacted with her yet.
You have a very
fair,
good
fair.
chance. As I'm dying, you should call them both of these. It's really funny. Before I die, please do it.
You have a D6 to add to help keep you alive.
Oh, thanks.
That's all I can
Thanks for
do.
the inspiration.
And Lily, you're up. There's been some French screaming from the corner.
I want to move within 15. I want to move to 14 feet away from Anton.
14 feet. So
That's
you got
very
you.
specific.
That's probably because Spare the Dying is a 15-foot radius.
But he's not dead.
Not yet.
Yeah, Spare the Dying is only on unconscious people, I think.
I literally have nothing else to do, so I'll just get ready to be helpful.
Can you reach the
Did she
spellcaster?
hold that action? If she holds
I don't
Spare the
know.
Dying? I don't know.
Yeah. You can't hold an act if you're at the end of the turn. This is the annoying thing about being the last in turn.
I just remember the teats of the lizard woman who brought me back to life in the Bear of Dead Men.
I don't remember that.
The question is, as I'm looking at it, can I get close enough that I can hit it with my scythe? Or my sickle, sorry. Same time.
No, you would actually have to. You can get to one of the creatures in front of you to hit it. The one that Anton's gone in is actually in a room that you can't get to at the moment.
Okay. How far am I from Anton right now?
Figuratively or literally?
About 20 feet away. So you're getting close. If you want to get close to him, you can go that direction. That's fine. But if you look on the map, Anton is the guy that's around the corner behind the stairs.
The hallway.
All right, I'm gonna get.
Where did you want
As
to go?
I confer loudly with the big man, and he says, "I've got this." I move to 15 feet away from Antoine.
Okay, yeah, move there. Fine, that works. Okay, top of the round, Rebecca.
I'm gonna do it.
So these two don't look like they're trying to attack or anything else, correct?
Not at the moment.
Okay. She will turn on heel and head towards where Antoine is bleeding out.
You know,
I'll-
Faster in there.
oh my gosh. I'll kind of like move through action dash, pivot, swoop up Antoine, move him back a little bit further away from the door. And bonus action, I'll pump the rest of 2 lay on hands into him. So
That's
I'll
literally half of my life muscle, mommy. I really appreciate it.
I'll pick him up like one of those firefighters. Just
Oh, I'm in your strong arms. Oh, this is so good.
after setting him down, kind of
many
with
hit points-
shield up, just prep
How many
at
hit
the
point-
door.
Does he get 2 hit points back?
Yeah, he just gets 2.
You get 2 more hit points back, so you've tripled your hit points.
Merci beaucoup. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's a part of our culture. Come on.
But
oh
yeah,
no!
Uh-oh. What's on now?
I just realized that heroism is a concentration spell, so
Whoop,
Big Man
that's
is no
gone.
longer heroized.
So, no, Lily's not heroed.
That was
yeah,
me.
Lily is no longer heroized. So you still have your 4 temp HP, but they don't refresh at the beginning of each turn.
It's okay.
Okay, so Rebecca, you're in front of Anton at the moment.
yes.
I'm keeping track of my HP if you're not, Pete.
Oh, no, you are. I don't keep track of everyone's hit points. I just remember you had 1. That's why you went to triple.
And guess what? I will be 0 real soon. Zed is coming right up. Or is that Quebecers? I don't know. Someone will tell me.
Okay. Out of the room,
Oh,
you see the guy get to the door. You see him cast another spell, and when he does that, he throws some sand in the air, which is red, yellow, and blue. And God, that's nasty. I didn't know it's okay. Sorry. Okay. Why is there no saving throw on that? Okay. Rebecca and Anton,
God.
you are both blinded.
I knew once I got into your arms, this type of thing would happen. There's such passion.
Okay, just to say, color spray now you roll 6d10. That's how many hit points you're allowed to affect. Shocker, they rolled more than
Like
you
sleep.
two. Kind of like sleep. Creatures in a 15-foot cone, which is only you two, sorry. Basically, with the lowest hit points, each one is blinded until the spell ends. The spell duration is. So you're only blinded for a round, but you're both blinded at the moment.
It's okay.
Yeah.
There's the voice of God again.
God.
Give me a second. I'm just
God
going
and save your players.
I'm actually going to go to the rule book instead of online.
The rules lawyer from beyond has
No,
spoken.
it's I will happily. No, I've used it before, but it was crap in the older edition. Oh yeah. That's
Yep.
why I've got the wrong one
Con
up here. So
save.
yep, have a
I see
con
it.
save from both you two, please.
47. Oh.
Don't worry. I am still blinded by the passion with my 9.
What did you get, Rebecca?
Nat 20 for 21.
You're
Nice.
blinded. Roll too well, and no, you both. Rebecca, you're fine, and Anton, you are blinded.
There's something
It's, a-
special.
yeah, it's the old one then. The old one was broken. Okay.
Antoine's
new-
trying to like make out with the wall.
He's basically Pepe Le Pew with a hat.
Pepe Le Pew.
The mean lady.
He's very forward.
Bove, you're up.
Right.
As
So
you
these guys
turn
over
out-
here.
In your
Go ahead.
6 seconds, you did see like a spray of glittery stuff come that direction, and you see Anton going, "What the fuck's happening around?" And Rebecca just deadpan as normal, eyes of a killer, straightforward, no
Yeah.
problems at all.
Muscly arms.
Yeah. And these guys they let down their weapons, right?
Well,
They're
one
both
has, and the other one's
But
not
the other
attacked
one-
at the moment.
All right. They're not. Yeah, they're not fighting. I'm gonna go help them out.
Okay,
And tap that whatever
With your movement,
caster.
you could get.
I can look like I can get to the. Looks like it, right? I'm within 25 feet, I think. I have 30, but it looks like 25.
Yeah, you can get to the spellcaster.
All right, I'll get to the spellcaster and punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Nat 20.
That hits.
Yup. So okay, so new rules with this one.
So 1d8 plus your so 8 plus your mod. So your strength mod is what, 3?
Yep.
So it's 11 points of damage plus 1d8.
It'd be 16 total.
Ooh.
Nice. He is definitely bloodied.
Oh, some beefy spellcaster. Ooh.
Yeah.
He's thicker than a snicker.
Did I get some
Yeah.
teeth with that? Did I get some teeth?
Yes, Lily.
Yeah. Don't let me go, strong lady. I am also afeared.
I'm just saying, Tim, you never did this with Zora.
He was
He
booed
wasn't
up.
French. He wasn't French then.
Yeah. He was
Yeah,
booed up
he was
with
Sir
the
Tim.
lady from the gardens and stuff. You had a bird, man.
I did have my bird fan.
Husband.
My
The
husband.
husband.
Lily, as
Oh,
you
gosh.
are paying attention to these people, does a 16 hit you?
You know it does. I don't even have to look at my character sheet.
The guy in the brown behind's thrown a dagger at you.
What a jerk.
Hey.
Look at that face from Rebecca. Look at that. That's just like. And
can't
you
say
take,
Emotional
That's Rebecca's
damage.
face. You can't save us all, beautiful.
and you take 3 points of damage. So that goes on. That's only one. You got one temporary hit point left. You're fine.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm good. I'm good. Take the dagger out of my back and just like turn and look at the guy. You want this? Would you like this back?
And you see the guy as you do that, you see the guy and the black guy scrambling around trying to pick up his scimitar.
Oh no, I can't see shit. Mary.
Anton, you're blind. What do you want to do?
With disadvantage, I want to shoot the dude. So I have advantage, so it's just a flat
Wait,
roll.
so if I
then,
get
right?
stabbed, I don't get any actions at all?
Wait,
It's not
yeah.
your turn yet.
Oh, you had
Oh.
a 2 initiative. Yeah.
It's your turn.
Oh, he
right at the
just
end
like straight up like ganked me. Got it.
Oh yeah.
Woo. Okay. So that's an
Gangsta.
18 to hit.
You hit.
Okay. Lightning. 5 lightning damage on the dude. I'm like, it's kadoosh.
He's not looking happy.
Go on
Ow.
without me, Becky. Huh? We're all like this in Luskin. It's cool.
Al. What do I do, Al? You're feeling brave now.
I am quite brave, extremely brave. I'm gonna
Is that-
yell, "Hey, whoever that is throwing colors at people, that's not very nice!" And that's my version of dissonant whispers. Or
Okay, so
vicious
what's that?
mockery. Sorry.
Mrs. Mockery, what's that need to do? He needs to roll a wisdom.
That is it's a wisdom saving throw of 14.
Failed.
Sweet. That's a 1d6 worth of psychic damage.
Ooh.
Emotional damage.
5.
Okay. Emotional damage.
No, you don't know if
Uh,
he's dead because you can't see him, but he's still there.
Okay. Did Tim? Antoine, you had bardic inspiration, right? Did you use that to stay visible, vision-y,
Oh
unblind?
yeah, I didn't.
Hmm.
Oh well.
I mean,
too
but I
late
can
now.
see now because it's at the end of my turn. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Am I still
will.
in Becky's arms though?
Is big guy still engaged in combat with the
Yep.
baddies?
Yep.
Okay. I already gave him bardic inspiration, right? Gotta keep track of my bardic inspos.
Yeah, I think he's used it though. He used it for a save. He used it
Okay.
for something.
I think I'll give it to the pretty lady because she's trying to save the mustache guy.
Okay.
And I will step back around the corner a little bit so that the color throwing guy can't get me.
Okay. And mean lady's turn.
All right. Well, I just took one to the back. That stunk. Tim's arm is in the way, but I assume was that is okay. So I see Gary. I see
Ow.
James.
Thank you.
Sorry, I see Al. I see Rebecca. I see bad guy. Is bad guy dead? Bad guy's not dead, right?
The bad guy's in the doorway and he's still alive at the moment. And
Okay.
then there's two bad guys the other side of both. Not both. Both shouldn't be there. Both should be.
Above by the sorcerer.
I know that I'm in Becky's arms, but this means nothing, Red Lady.
Both. Can you put both by the sorcerer, by the guy in front of the room, please?
Hey, Sim. Huh?
Okay.
I'll move
Perfect, that's
Al
it.
kind of around the corner so the color throwing guy can't see him.
How close am I?
Thanks, sir.
From
Like, how long is that corridor?
there's to Bove, you're about 20 feet away from there.
No, to oh, got it. All right, I'm gonna do Sacred Flame again since that's 60 feet. So you need a Dex 13.
Okay, and that's against the spellcaster dude.
Yeah.
14. So he's
Dang
I
it.
think he just manages to sidestep that, and it's a cantrip, so it doesn't do half damage. Be honest, it's the first save I've made all night against a spell. I feel
That was
good
a
about
3.
myself.
So I guess you take 1, 2. I don't know.
No, it's cantrip. It takes no damage at all on a failed.
Oh.
On
I
a
thought you
pass.
said half.
No, it's on a.
He said the cantrip, so it doesn't take half.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't take half on it because cantrips are like that. Anything else you want to do, Lily?
That's about it.
Okay, Rebecca, you're up.
It's okay. Go, brave Becky.
So, seeing that Bove has the magic user, Rebecca will set Antoine down gently on his tippy toes. And realizing that Home Slice in the Brown threw a dagger after we had an agreement.
We discussed this.
Yeah.
Lily is gonna be familiar with this because she just saw it like 2 minutes ago, but she's gonna pull out her dagger and cast Thunderous Smite, so it'll crackle off the walls down into the blade.
Okay.
We have range smite in 2024. Dang.
Can't hear
And
me.
I'm
Can you guys hear
bardic
him?
inspired.
You are bardically inspired.
Okay, I might need it because I have to roll disadvantage because it's so far. Is it a D6?
Yes.
Um, 15 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. D4 plus 2d6.
Who is texting me?
They're gonna take 11 points of damage, and
And that's the guy in the brown, yeah?
7 of it is thunder.
You've done just enough damage to kill the guy in brown.
Thanks,
And
Becca.
she's just gonna
Nice.
turn her gaze to the other woman and like just make eye contact as she's fumbling to pick up her scimitar again.
With Rebecca turning around to do that, gives the opportunity to the caster to cast one more spell.
Oh, what a real douche.
You see the wizard sit there, cast a spell. You see a familiar looking spell. Instead of, though, 3 fire things this time, 3 balls of magic missile.
Ooh, that's not gonna miss.
Oh no.
Tim,
I'm
So you keep your balls to yourself.
3 points of damage, Tim.
Good night, everybody.
Bove.
Oh, one second.
9 points of damage, Bove, as 2 of them fire into you.
Ouch. I'm not looking good.
See, Rebecca should have just gone after the wizard.
There's too many.
Bove, you're up.
All right. With a bonus action, I'm going to do second wind.
Yep.
Do that right away. Do a 1d10 plus 1 hit points. For 9.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
You
Sweet.
get your hit points. The caster is looking at you like he's not very happy.
You're not gonna be. I'm gonna punch him in his face. I'm just going for the throat, actually, like a dirty hit, just for the throat. Hopefully, I hit it. At 11.
As you're about to hit him, you go there. As he does that, you see him hold his hand up, and a mystical shield appears, and you bounce off the shield. The guy
That's
in
it.
the black runs the opposite way. He's running out. He's trying to get out from where he is there. There's in the far corner there is a door like the one out to the outside, so he is running towards that door as if his life depended on it, because it does. And Anton, you're up. You are able to see now.
Oh no, I'm unconscious. A death save,
Oh.
I presume?
I'll roll it for you. It's okay.
Is he
Okay.
at 0?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You that's a roll. Al.
Al is very upset with that mean person that's casting spells on everybody. He's gonna yell, "I don't like you at all. You're mean to everybody," and that's another vicious mockery. So it's a wisdom save.
It fails.
All right.
How much damage you doing?
I don't know yet. I gotta roll. Oh, does my luck thing work for ones on damage
No.
or just d20s?
No.
So I do 1 damage. I'll teach him.
He's still alive.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I don't have much else I can do.
In that case,
I will use my last bardic inspiration on the big guy. Big guy used. No, I gave him one last time, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
he did.
Yeah.
And I just went to. So.
Yeah. So I will give my bardic inspiration to the mean lady.
Lily, you're up.
You might be
I
mean,
cast
but you can help us.
I cast Spare the Dying on Tim, or sorry, on Antoine.
Okay.
Oh,
You
He becomes
feel
stable.
you feel at ease with your death.
it's a good nap.
Okay.
And I think that's all I've got.
Yep. Rebecca, you're up.
Mm,
The guy in the browns running out towards out the door, and you know that you still got a spellcaster that you allowed to live last round.
okay. She's gonna try to tap into some more of that magic that Keldek taught her, but I don't know. Like for shocking grasp, is there a way to like incapacitate if I do too much damage, or like knock him out?
No.
Okay.
Spell damage doesn't do safety. It hasn't got a safety element on spell damage.
Okay. So just gonna look at him and
An egg timer comes up going dum 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 dum. Ba-dum,
like
ba-dum,
shocking grasp his face. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Uh, 11 to hit.
Just trying to remember when the. No, he's still got shield up. No, it misses.
Lucky.
The vicious mockery doesn't affect his shield.
No, because his shield stays up to the start of his next round.
Gotcha.
And that's all for my turn.
Cool. Okay. In final desperation, this guy tries to cast Ray of Frost.
Oh.
On Bove. Does a 17 hit you, Bove?
Nope.
It ricochets off your shield and hits a wall and has a little freezing patch. You're up, Bove.
All right. Return the favor. Oh my goodness. 8.
No. Mon Dieu.
Uh,
I started
gonna
out
tell
really
you-
well, but oh well.
That missed. Anton,
I'm sleeping.
you're consciously safely. Al, you're up.
Kind of running out of mean things to say to the spellcaster, but I'm going to say something horribly mean. That
Okay.
a small child would
Horribly
say.
mean. Okay,
Yeah.
horribly mean. Done.
Yep.
And he fails the saving throw.
Sweet. Keep doing that. All right. I got a guy gax die here.
I have failed so many saving throws tonight.
Yeah,
It's not
I'm
right.
grateful. Another one. Come on, guy gax die. All right. You're in jail. Putting him in jail.
The advantage you got is how do you want to do this? Because he only had one hit point left.
So I only needed to get a 2 last time.
Yes, you did. Yes.
I'm going to say,
As you
stop
do
being
that-
mean to that mustache guy. He's
And
funny.
he goes, okay, and he just dies as you fall over. And at that point, we'll end the session as well there
Aw.
because it is 20 minutes past the hour.
It was a really good
Well,
session.
That
Well done,
was.
guys. You
Thank
didn't
you.
die.
Yeah, good stuff.
I didn't expect you to get down to this level as fast. So
Yeah, we went right to it. Right to it.
We had some good clues.
Yeah.
Even if
Okay.
Use
cast
spells to
mark
open
out.
up stuff.
Yep.
But thank you very much for everyone for listening. This is obviously our first session we've had. And it's been quite a lot of viewers as well, so it's been really good. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
And
that
happy
was
Mother's Day
awesome.
to everybody.
Yeah, we got to get busting to move to Mother's Day here, but Skylar, can you push us
Same.
off to dice cream sandwiches? Thank you.
It's, yeah, I gotta start dinner, so I'll see you
Mother's
later. Bye.